Alright, are we live? Are we live? We're definitely live there. Alright, thanks for everybody for tuning into the chat. We'll continue on with our Freo Dockers season mode, and yeah, we'll just get stuck into it. Hello people in the chat, hi Num. Yep, definitely, go Pies. Hey Tom. So, I guess how would hey Traps. So, how are people doing today? Obviously, being a Friday should be pretty good. We've obviously... No, wait. Is it Thursday today? Friday. Yeah, Friday today. Hopefully everyone's doing well going into the weekend. But yeah, we'll play a bit of Freo career mode. So not career mode, season mode. And then, yeah, we'll just go from there. Here we go, Rory Lobb. Hey, Bella. Oh, no. That fell a bit short. But at least we opened up the scoring with a point. Monday I get a day off work, 4-day weekend. Can never complain about those, that's for sure. Yeah, whenever you're working 5 days a week to get that extra day off, it's always a good thing. Tuesday off. Yeah, because we got Melbourne Cup next week. Yeah. I guess that'll be like the first official event people are going to be able to get to. Out of lockdown, I guess. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. What? One question, yep. What is it, None? Five people? Yeah, no, it's a good turnout. Five people, happy with that. Lipinski or Trelaw? I guess it sort of depends on the context. Are we doing both of them in their current form now? Because Lipinski would have age on his side, but Trelaw would probably be the better player right now. But then with his hamstring issues and things like that, I'd probably take Lipinski, to be honest. Because Lipinski you're going to have for longer, and he doesn't have, or for what I know, he doesn't have any issues with his hamstrings right now. Where Trelaw kind of does have that. So... Oh, that's going to miss again. Yeah, on current form, I'd probably pick Lipinski on that. Oh, no, sorry, on current form. Well, yeah, if it's on current form and only, like, the next season coming up, maybe Trelaw, but, I guess through the long-term aspect, obviously Lipinski's going to be a lot better because he'd be in the game for a lot longer, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to see how he goes. Lipinski has who in his side? I don't know what you mean there, mate. You might have to rephrase the question there. Oh, maybe it was the whole injury thing, because you know, he's got a hamstring injury that he can't seem to get rid of fully, so I feel like he may take that to the end of his career, so that's probably a con to his game, but hell, if you can get him on the park, he's definitely a very good player. Come on, there we go. Yes, there we go, goal coming up. Yeah, so right now, probably maybe Trelaw, Kruger or Joe. I'm assuming that's Joe Danaher. And even though I don't like Danaher right now, I mean, the answer is Danaher, but screw Danaher right now. I don't like him whatsoever. Oh, I thought I got out of that. Yeah, no, I think right now I'd take Danaher, but Kruger potentially, you know, if we develop him well, he could become a good player down the line, but right now it's hard to say because we just don't, he's just not a known quantity yet. My best friend is an Essendon fan. Okay. Ooh. But I mean, we know that he has been injured a lot in his career, so he probably was. There probably was something, but I don't know. Sometimes at this stage, like there's not really much that surprises me anymore. Go, 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 go. Go, play on. Oh, yes. What a setup. Alright, let's kick this goal. He wanted to go to Sydney. That was the rumours at that point, yeah. No, but sometimes a change of environment can do that for you, though. I know we had a few players that, you know, I mean, even Seedsman's probably the perfect example. He was struggling to get a game, not due to talent, due to just he kept having a whole bunch of hip injuries. So the fact that he was getting injured a lot, we just thought it was better for him to, I guess, in a sense, move on. But obviously, he showed us that that wasn't the right call, and we know how well Seedsman's doing right now. So I guess he's making us pay for that one. But I mean, every club has those types of players. We definitely wouldn't be alone in that. That's for sure. Not 5-4. Seaman is old, yeah, but he's been playing for Adelaide for what, 5-6 years now? He's been there for a while. Like, they've definitely gotten their value, that's for sure. There we go. We'll get Carlton in the trade period. I mean, but that's the thing though. I mean, like, Carlton, as much as I want to, you know, I'm never one to shy away from giving Carlton crap. They actually, even though they didn't get so to the point where they're probably going to make finals. But, I mean, you can't deny that they got better. You can't, like, say that, you know, you bring in Chera, Hewitt, probably not as much Lewis Taylor, but, no, Lewis Young. You can't say that they got worse out of that. Oh, come on. Hewitt is better than Lipinski already, and that's the second best player. Jeez. Yeah, but mate, you're talking about things that could have happened. Like, it's better to focus about the now. Better to focus that Lipinski is at Collingwood, and you don't really get anywhere thinking about things that could happen. Jeez, come on, get it out there. Come on. Yes, there we go. Alright, we got out of there in the end. And we only got Kruger. I'm just curious. I mean, they would have gotten better. If they had Lipinski, obviously, but you know, like, obviously he chose Collingwood, and because Lipinski going into pretty much any team is a massive improvement, other than probably the Bulldogs, only because, like, because he was already there. So if he went anywhere, he would probably, except for what, maybe Melbourne's midfield, he'd probably be a starting midfielder if you went out and got him. Oh, I thought you were going to run on 5. There you go. Hey, Brody. Oh, yeah, I'll put you in mod as well, too. There you go, you're mod now. Congrats on the mod, mate. Lipinski, Pennells, McRae, and... well, that's the thing, like, again, we can talk about hypotheticals, you know, until the cows come home, so to speak, but, you know, what's done is done. Would it have made them better? Yeah, it would have. But, you know, they obviously, they didn't get him, and, but then if they did go out and get him, they probably wouldn't have had a draft hand this year, so, and obviously, as you know, especially on this channel, you know, definitely, Collingwood's got the better. Do you reckon putting Pollock on the rookie list will help North? Well, I mean, has Pollock, like, just fallen off the face of the earth? Because, like, when he was at Port Adelaide, he was a pretty good player, but ever since he's been there, like, there's just been no talk. Like, he just hasn't... It just sounds like he hasn't done anything, so... I don't know if he's just one of those guys where he's gotten money and he just can't, for the life of him, he just get a game anywhere else. I'm not doing a career mode, I'm just doing a season mode. It's just a basic version of a career mode, to be honest. Hey, Graz. Yeah, well, I mean, it's good to change things up. And, yeah, you asked me to do it in the chat the other day, and then, like, the second I actually put it on, you left the chat. But, I mean, I probably wouldn't mind doing a few streams with a few teams, actually, getting them, you know, a premiership. Might as well give us, you know, some content. To at least talk about AFL, I guess. Oh, that's a goal. Jeez, what a bounce. I'm shit with other teams, but I'm very good with Freo. I have no idea why. It's probably because you probably know the players. I reckon that's probably what it is. Because I reckon I'm the same with Collingwood, where I'm really good with Collingwood, but that's because I probably know so much more about Collingwood players than I would like any other team. I reckon that's probably why, but I don't know. Maybe you just need to play other teams more. Oh, good work, mate. But yeah, so just as Brody has reminded me as well, yeah, make sure to leave a like in the stream if you've enjoyed the content, and if you haven't subscribed already, please make sure to subscribe. But yeah, but yeah, we'll just chill in the stream and just do what we always do. I gotta go shopping, see how. Alright, all good, mate. No stress. Come on, get him. Oh, here we go. Jeez, Rory Lobb's got no stamina whatsoever. Alright, here we go. Get out of the way, umpire. Well, that's the thing. Lipinski actually chose Collingwood. He didn't. It wasn't that he ignored Carlton. He just chose to go to Collingwood. Oh no, shouldn't have handballed that. Oh, but that might be on the ball. No. Yeah, but mate, when you're as low as Carlton are on the ladder, that's the process of AFL. When you're at the bottom, well, not the bottom of the ladder, but if you're in the bottom 4, bottom 6 most seasons, you have to find a way to get up to the top. And by doing that, you have to get players in that you think will improve your club. And I mean, obviously, personally, I don't think Zach Williams was going to do that. But if that's what they thought, that's what they thought. We can't, like, as long as, you know, their efforts were to get them better, I mean, that's all they can really do. Oh, I probably should have just left that, to be honest. Imagine if we get Bobby Hill next year. The thing about Bobby Hill is that if he has, you know, a similar year to what he has, his value is going to go down so much. So, personally, from a Giants point of view, I reckon they should have just taken. I personally reckon they should have taken what we gave him. But I guess as well too, like maybe from like a club point of view, maybe it is best to hold on to these types of players because you just, you know, you don't want to be. Yes, players should have some rights in terms of what they do in their career, but I felt like what they were going to do with Bobby was maybe a little bit too much. Because he was basically demanding to go to Victoria. Wasn't even really to Victoria, it was just to Essendon. You know, like sympathy reasons, and I feel like just the way he did it, it could have been done in like such a better way, or a more, like when you've heard other players talk about, you know, why they want to go home, it seems like it was such a more like weaker excuse reason why he wanted to go to Victoria, or he wanted to go to Essendon, because unless if haven't heard the right story, the impression I got was that he said something like he wanted to be a babysitter for Brad Hill's kid. So, and I can understand you want family to look after family, but to a certain extent, but I don't think that you, in an ideal world, well, like, just in other scenarios that have happened, I feel like players have had a lot better reasons than that. So I'm kind of not surprised that well, I don't know what Chera's reason was. Like, unless if you want to tell me what Chera's reasons were. Potentially, that's probably what it's looking like at the moment. Obviously, McCartney did say that he was going to have a conversation with him, and I'm sure there'll be some. Right now, he's obviously probably very upset that he hasn't gone to Victoria. But I think, you know, if there is some way to salvage this, I'm sure the Giants will find a way. It's Giants? Yeah, Giants will find a way. I don't know, like, it just feels like there's been so many better reasons that other players have, like, there's been plenty of other reasons that other players have given out that makes more sense. Well, the thing is that West Coast actually they listed him. Giants, like, Giants, from what I know, they haven't delisted Bobby Hill, so obviously they think maybe Cameron's a little bit too far gone at this point, and maybe what they just thought West Coast, it was best for him to, you know, not be at the club anymore. But it's going to be really hard to know those, like, specifics, because, you know, that's all public, or not public knowledge, but it's obviously, you know, it's only going to be known to the people involved, so the people at the club, the player themselves, and maybe the player's family and stuff. So we're not going to really know full specific details. Well, no, you shouldn't be delisting Hill. Because even at the end of the day, even if he's not there after next year, you can always trade him on and you can get some draft picks into your club. So there are ways to keep him on.
I'm back,
Is that a goal?
guys.
Yeah. So one of the conversations, Kev, that we've been having is we've been talking about Hill, and just like,
Yep.
I guess your thoughts and how that all played out. Do you think it was like the reasons that he gave? Do you feel like it was a decent enough reason?
In my opinion.
Yeah. Because that's the thing. Like, I don't think we know, like, the full story, and I feel like there's a bit of, like, humming and ahhing between, or not, like, about a bit of, like, to and fro. So I think.
Like it. I don't like it, because if you're willing to get to Victoria, you say, I want to go to any club that's closer to family.
Well, I think he chose Essendon because he. What was it?
Because of his cousin.
Yeah, because his cousin was playing for Essendon, so that was the reason. But yeah, why? Yeah, but then what I would then say is why, like, wouldn't, even if you say play somewhere, let's just even if we just take Collingwood out of this, for example. What's going to be so bad at, say, playing for, say, Richmond or Geelong even? Or maybe Geelong you could have a reason because the club, it could be a bit too far away. I mean, what's even stopping him from going to the Saints and actually being with Brad Hill, you know, playing with him? I just, yeah, it just doesn't. There's too many questions that need to be answered for me to like fully embrace this. If that makes any sense.
Yep.
I think at the end of the day, the fact that we tried to like our final offer was a second round. No, wait, was it? It was pick 36 and a future third. That was our final offer. In terms of, for me personally, I probably would have taken that, but then I do know that Bobby wanted to go to Essendon. He contemplated the idea of going to Collingwood, but it was always like a last minute option to him. That was what was reported. But I think the fact, especially with now, the fact that he hasn't gone and he's going to have another year, he's going to be out of contract next year. They're not going to have as much bargaining power. So if a club comes in and says, hang on, you know, he's basically been complaining this whole entire year about, you know, not wanting to be at your club. You know, here's this 4th round pick, take it or leave it sort of thing. They're kind of, or even if it's like a 3rd round pick, like if we go to, hypothetically, if we went to say someone like the Giants, and says, all right, we'll take him, but you know, we'll only use a 3rd round pick. That could potentially get that done.
Yeah. I think as well, like it's gonna be very interesting to be really interesting.
Well, that was the reason why the Giants held on to him in the end, because he was contracted, and that's where the ebbs and flows go depending on what the player is currently going with. So if there's ever a 50-50 call and two teams can't make up their minds, that's what it comes into the factor of it. Of if a player is contracted, the player that wants him has to then give out. But then if they're not contracted, then the team that has him, you know, it then goes into their favour. If that makes any sense, because if that player really wants to go to that club, you know, if that player really wants to go to that club, they can just go into the draft. If and if they're available in the preseason draft, then then he can potentially go. Also as well, hi Kevin.
Oh, hi Kev, how are you, mate?
He nearly didn't get the offer for. Now I think the Jordan Clark was always going to get done, but that's where you have that conversation in place. You know, you have that conversation, you go, well, he is contracted, so it is worth you going through all this effort to get him, sort of thing. And then obviously, it was it Fremantle he went to? So then obviously Fremantle then went to, so then obviously Fremantle ended up doing really well, and they kept at him, and you know, they probably paid maybe a tad overs, but in saying that, I haven't seen what the official deal was, but that's the nature of the whole business. Is that if you're going after a contracted player, you have to then pay overs. If he's out of contract though, you can then pay unders, because he's out of contract and you can take him to the preseason draft if needed. They gave Finlayson for a future 3rd. Yeah, but we don't know what happened with Finlayson. If he's got 3 years left, or wait, what was it? 2 years. if Finlayson has 2 years left, we don't know why that is. I mean, for all we know, Giants could be having salary cap issues right now, and we wouldn't know. If a player has that many years to go off his contract, a club's not gonna just let go of people like that unless if there's like a reason either way for it, if that makes any sense. Because I feel like that comes down to more than just like opportunity and money and things like that. That's like, when it comes to someone like Finlayson, and I don't want to speak out of turn because I don't know who he is as a person and things like that. I can only just go off what I've heard. But it could be a scenario where he could be causing issues from a like attitude problem or things like that. Like we just don't know. But obviously with someone that's got 2 years left for a contract, that's very concerning because it's very rare someone does that, and if it does, it's not necessarily for good reasons. But then again, it could be for good reasons, but normally when you're doing that, it's normally not the case. But there are always exceptions to every rule. So just because it was right the first time or wrong the first time, doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't mean it can't go the other way, if that makes any sense. He went to Port because of family. Well, yeah, I mean, that's obviously what he says, so we've got to take him at his word, so... and that's the thing too, yeah, maybe the reason could be a family member is sick, or... it could be things like that, we just don't know, but... As I said, it's not a natural process to have someone with 2 years or more off their contract. There's always going to be something else that's not a natural footy reason for them to be going somewhere. Do you agree with that, Kev?
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean it has to be a bad thing. Like as I said, he mentioned that he wanted to go home for family reasons. I mean, for all we know, he could have a family member that has like cancer at the moment, and if that's the case, obviously that sucks, and obviously we wish him and his family all the best. But again, we just don't know. So, but normally in this scenario, it's always it's never a natural footy reason, if that makes any sense. But obviously, when it comes to things like that, you just hope that whoever's involved is obviously okay and that they're in good health. What was the trade for Finlayson? Actually, he went through free agency, didn't he? Or was it through a trade?
I would think so.
I want to say it's a trade, but I'm not sure now. Yeah, didn't he go for like a 3rd round pick?
Something like that, I think.
Port's future 3rd, apparently. They will finish so high. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Port Adelaide. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Is that gonna hold on? Yeah, it does. It's really not. I reckon Finlayson's... I don't know if this is controversial or not, but I think he's worth a third round pick, to be honest. You could probably get a late second, but I think because of the family reasons, I think they probably were happy to get rid of him for a third round. Well, not happy to get rid of him, but they thought that a third round was about right, which I think he is personally. Do you agree with that, Kev?
A third round, yeah. Don't know if he's really worth that much, to be honest.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's like if it's a second round, it would be a very late second round. Get there. Ooh, Conker's about to have a shot. He's contracted. He'll have family reasons. Yeah, but if you're talking about Bobby, but Hill had family reasons, but like it wasn't. I don't know. I still stand by that. It's probably still a reason you can still use to say that you want to go to, a certain place or, you want to go back home. But to say that you want to be Brad Hill's babysitter.
That's, yeah, that's...
I don't know. Like, I really, like... Because the one thing that gets me is that if someone else says that, oh, I want to go home, but they're contracted, but then, their reason is because they don't want to make it public that, say something's happening with the family, like, say, let's just say someone's unwell within the family and, you need, like, support and things like that, and... at least that's a lot more of a better reason. To me personally, I just don't think saying that, oh, but I need to... And I don't know if this is just me being harsh or whatever, but, like, I don't... In terms of what I've been hearing, is that basically he just wants to be, like, he wants to be the babysitter for Brad Hill's kids. Or kid, or what? No, because the kid was like on the way, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah, from memory.
So
I just think that's just a lousy excuse. To me, that's just...
it's still a reason to ask for it. Like, I wouldn't be shunning the person for those reasons. But I think that there are a lot more reasons that you would think that would qualify more, if that makes any sense. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't know, I just haven't heard enough. And that's the thing, we're probably not going to anyway, but because I mean, like who are we, sort of thing. But again, I still think that letting... But that's the thing, though, we don't know the specifics about Finlayson, so we're not 100% sure on that, but in terms of how they delivered it and how it was all played out, I still feel that in terms of the way that Finlayson did his, was a lot better than what Bobby Hill did his as well. Because Bobby Hill, we didn't know till, like... We were, like, what, halfway through the trade period at that point? So, to say that, halfway through he then wanted to get to Essendon... it was sort of just too little too late sort of thing. Well, there you go, 2 days to go. You need to give... And that's the thing, that's when it was public knowledge, I guess, but... It wouldn't have been much longer than that in terms of when the clubs knew. But he needs to give his club and the club he wants to go to. He needs to give them more time to so that both clubs can prepare for a trade.
Yeah, well, that's it. Like, it's...
No, but that's the thing, like, Lynch is completely different because we knew that we were always going to shop Lynch, and Lynch knew that too. It's just that Lynch came out and, oh jeez, it's just that Lynch came out and said, okay, no, I've made my choice and now I want to go to Hawthorn. That's a completely different scenario. Because I wouldn't have been surprised if the Giants didn't. Because that's the thing, going into the trade period, you need to know who wants to go and who wants to stay. If someone, like, literally tells you with, you know, that when you're 60 to 70% into the trade period itself, it's too late.
Yeah, that's definitely too late. I don't care what anyone says.
They planned it for 2 months. They planned the Chera deal. Well, it's a lot longer than what Hill gave. And again,
Well,
like, even with Chera, we don't know, like, I don't, unless if somebody else knows, I don't know what's going on with Chera either, so,
Hey, Tom.
yes. Yeah, that probably would have been the choice, but there's probably a reason why he went to Victoria. Well, yeah, there you go. He probably wants to be with his girlfriend. They're probably, you know, there might be every chance they may marry each other at some point. And then they're probably going to want to buy a house somewhere, and he probably reckons, because he's from Victoria as well, they probably want to, you know, have their life in Victoria. There's nothing wrong with that. And he obviously gave the club enough time to say, hey, I'm going to Victoria. Chose Carlton because, again, the girlfriend is a Carlton supporter.
That's a bit soft.
But at least he was upfront and honest. And at least, like, everyone... The reason might be a bit weird, but at least it was done in a professional manner. He didn't move there to be with his girlfriend. Yeah, he was originally Victorian himself. Yeah, wasn't Melbourne the other team that he was looking to go to?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't know if Richmond had any interest. Well, maybe they could have, I don't know. Yeah. So was Richmond another team that wanted Chera? Well, I guess any team in Victoria would want Chera, to be honest.
Yeah, let's see.
Again, if we didn't have the Beams trade, we probably would have, because we would have had the money, and we probably would have we probably would have made finals as well too, and you know we would have been a powerhouse. But because Eddie can't keep his fanboyism to himself, and I mean we've gone over this way too many times. But yeah, if there was anyone decent that you wanted to get, because Eddie did that deal with Dean Beams, that's the reason why we don't have guys like either Tom Lynch or Adam Jarrett at the club. Yeah, well, no, if it's only one video, there probably wasn't much to go off. And there had been the rumours of him going to Carlton were there for a while, so him going to Carlton was obviously the more realistic option. Speaking of Chera,
Oh, what's up, Brody?
are you streaming at the moment too?
Yeah, on YouTube.
Alright. All good.
I'll be back, guys. So just call me cool.
Oh, surely you gotta punt that. Oh no. Yes. Alright, so just so that everybody knows, I do have chats with both streams, so regardless on where you chat your, like, whatever you type your comments in the chat, I'll be able to see it. So, yeah, I'll obviously get on to Brody. Yeah, no, mate, it's all good, like, yeah, if you gotta do those things, you gotta do those things, so, yeah, no stress over here, it's all good, mate. As long as you're tuning in, watching the stream, supporting whenever you can, that's all I ask. And also to make sure that you're enjoying yourselves at the same time too. Why didn't we show interest? Well, in Chera, because we probably didn't have any draft capital, or we probably didn't have the cash to pay his worth. That's probably why. Oh, Brody, if you have a main channel and stuff that you put content on, make sure to let me know and I'll sub to it. Score. Yeah, oh yeah, I've just looked at it now. I think this is on normal though. Or this is on is it senior or what's the one below senior? Oh, okay, fair enough. Brayshaw, is that a goal? Oh, you bet it is. There we go, 100 up. Post AFL edit to another sports edits. Oh, fair enough. Ooh. Work. Ooh, we got someone in there. Yes, good. Oh, dropped it. No, why did you do that? Come on, get there, Taberner. Yes.
Hi, Shannon.
Surely you think you can kick this. There we go. What's he saying now?
Okay. Also, I gotta check up with who else is in
Chilean. Oh no, it's gonna go for a goal. What's the 64? What's all that about?
64 what?
I don't know. Apparently, North was saying that time him out because he's talking about 64. So I don't know if that's a reference to something or. What North said
I'm
it?
not 100% sure. I'll check.
Yeah, no, it only resets apparently. Yeah, it doesn't add on to it. So if you time someone out, it just resets it to 300 seconds, not adds on. TC4 was the. Oh, okay. So is it just? So it's definitely a troll thing then. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of spam going on.
Yeah, but it's like when it said like this 64, it's like okay, what is that reference? 'Cause, I mean, because we do gaming on here, I mean, he could be referencing Nintendo 64, but especially when you have you've got someone new in your chat. When you have something as blatant as that, it's normally more often than not it's normally something trollish rather than something that's innocent. There we go. Yeah, no, it definitely was more trolling for sure. Yeah, if it's things like that north, make sure if he keeps on doing it, I don't mind you timing him out. It's always best to time someone out first because just in case if they do want to turn around and not be a troll, then I guess we need to give him that opportunity. But if he does keep spamming it, you can hide him if you want. But yeah, just make sure to not be too heavy on the hide button. But then again, if people like that are going to come in, they're just going to keep going till they do get hidden, so... Obviously, just take it as each account comes. But try to, if you can, try to use the timing out button more than hiding. But yeah, if it's just going to be a troll that's just in here just a troll, then yeah, once we can figure out what the person's trying to do, then yeah, we can just hide him if he's just here just a troll. So if someone gets timed out for 30 seconds. Oh yeah, no, we answered that. Yeah, no, it's not 300 seconds, it's sorry, it's not 600 seconds, it's just whenever you time someone out, if they've already been timed out, they just reset that back to 300. So if it's been say 100 seconds, it just resets it back to 300. So in the end, if that's the case, he would be timed out, or the person would be timed out for 400 seconds, but it doesn't add on.
Pretty much.
Well, I think I've got the derby on now.
Oh, teacher.
What's that?
Oh, Tom saw a fake Bella last night.
Was it actual like Bella's name, or was it like a obvious troll name? Yeah, but sometimes when it's things like that, mate, that's pretty messed up. Like, you shouldn't be joking about things like that. Especially when when it comes to this stream, you know, there was no context in terms of using that. And it is pretty, you know, for the people and their families that went through all.
Different picture.
Yeah.
But was it on my stream or?
What's this? Sorry. No, there's a dude. There was a dude that spoke about apparently there was a big event, and apparently a whole bunch of people died and stuff, and apparently he was joking about it. There was, I think that was what the 64 was. There was like 64 deaths or something, which is, you know, not funny at all. Because I mean, mate, you can still stay in the stream, but yeah, just know that things like that, it's not funny. Because that's also, you know, a lot of families are going through tough times with, you know, COVID, let alone like things like that. And I mean, that's the first time I'm hearing about it. But the fact that, you know, that's, you know, if 64 people have died, that's not funny.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, so just for future purposes, I don't mind it if you just time him out and just give him a bit of a break. But if they're spamming it like heavy, or if they're trolling heavy on it, then just hide them at that point. Because I'm happy to give like first warnings, so that can just be a timeout. But after that, if it's clear that they're just there just to troll and do their thing, then just hide them after that. Because you shouldn't be joking about that stuff. It's not.
No, if you do, you're a fucking idiot.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Because the most ironic part about all that is that they will then be put in a situation to where they'll have a family member or someone that they care about, won't be well. But then they'll be the ones to, ask to show respect and stuff. And it's like, but where was your respect when other people were, unwell and things like that? So it goes both ways.
Very much.
Because, yeah, I mean, I don't know how someone could, like, say that, but then say the same thing happens back at them, and then they get surprised that, people aren't showing them support or things like that, and it's like, well, it's a two-way street. If you've seen AFL videos recently, you've probably seen people spam being chilling in the comments and has a connection. Well, that's the thing. If there is anything like what was being trolled before, at least let me know in the chat when it does pop up, because yeah, I'm not gonna be knowing things like that.
Good, Devon.
Oh. Oh, Andy Bracewell's about to kick a goal. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand like how people can just look at that and just like laugh at it. Like, there are ways where people do cope and people can cope in different ways, but like, especially when it's as blatant as that, like, I don't understand that, like, why you would go and just bring it all up.
Alright guys, I'm gonna have dinner. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Alright, all good, mate. Because it's been memed. Oh, okay, so because it's been memed, it's come to light again, and it's like more current now, I guess. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, okay. Because I know roughly a little bit about like what's going on with like Star Wars and how they've had to like change like movie posters and things like that. Like that I'm not fully aware of, but I know that that's been a thing of like what they've been doing in China. But Because like for someone like myself, I'm a big fan of Star Wars. Not fan of some of their later stuff, but oh well. Yeah, so I know roughly what's going on with China and that, but that's about it. Linksy, if you just missed, you probably just missed Kev. He's going off to have some dinner, so he'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, here, there we go. Oh, come on. Oh, why didn't you go up on the mark? Yeah, exactly. Or, I mean, bringing up any event, really. But yeah, thanks for everybody tuning into the stream. Obviously, I appreciate all the support that's been given in the last like few months, and then obviously today as well too. If you haven't liked the stream, please give the stream a like. And if you also haven't subscribed yet, please make sure to subscribe if you want to keep up to date with content on this channel. But yeah, with that said, we'll just obviously continue back with the stream. Get him. Come on, Hamlin. Oh, Cherry's gonna get there. Come on, get there, yes. Yeah, exactly, Tom. Just, I'm sure there's plenty of them you can pick, but yeah. Got him. How's that a high tackle? Oh no. Ooh, it's 550 goal. You bet he does. Oh. Alright, here we go in the chat. There we go, Darcy in for a goal. Alright, can we get a goal within the next 27 seconds? We'll see how we go. Oh, not with that, we're not. Five people in the chat, thank you so much for the support. We'll go ahead and get stuck in the second half. Ooh, this one looks alright. Oh, there we go, just enough over. Yeah, all good, Brady. If there's any questions you guys have in the chat, or just anything you want to talk about, feel free to put them in the chat and we can discuss with whatever you guys want to talk about. Whether if it's footy, whether if it's video games, movies, TV shows. I don't think I've spoken about Squid Game on this channel yet, so if anyone wants to discuss Squid Games, also as well, if you are going to speak about it, please make sure to not have too many spoilers as well too, for those who have or have not watched it. Yeah, it's a good show. I actually really liked it. It was a bit jarring at first to get used to all the syncing, or the lip syncing, but once you get the hang of it, it wasn't too bad. But Prime Bont or Crips? Probably Bont, to be honest. I think Bont has probably played better footy, personally. And I think as well, I think you'll find that Bont will probably go on a lot longer than what Cripps will. Because Cripps, in a way, when like Judd went to Carlton, he never really had much like support his way. Oh, that's gonna miss. Damn. So I feel like in terms of that, that's probably one of the reasons why Chris Judd like retired when he did. Oh really? No, I knew straight away. It actually like I literally had to watch the whole entire first, like I think I got 2/3 of the way through the first episode, and I went and did something else and came back, and it literally took me a couple days to get my head around it to, you know, be comfortable with it. But, you know, I then restarted watching the first episode again, and then I was fine, so. But maybe, I don't know, maybe it was just me. Prime Gorn is better than Prime Grundy. I mean, they are very close. You can definitely make a solid argument for both. I don't know which one I would pick, to be honest. I think because we've seen more probably Prime Gorn than Grundy, it's probably a little bit hard to say, but I don't know. Especially when you say Prime, I feel like they're probably about the same, to be honest. Here we go. But no, I can definitely see that going both ways, that's for sure. Thanks. Ooh, Taberner. There we go. Oh yes, there we go. Oh. Oh no, they're running away with it now. Right, punch. Oh, thank God, sorry, I'm a bit him. Oh, completely, didn't say these messages. I'm trying to talk to Kevin, that is why I'm always joining on Fortnite on his party. What is UG's real name? I'm assuming you're talking about myself. My first name's Sean. Right, what was that? About the hill thing. Oh, it's all good, mate. Yeah, it can be like that, Brody. Definitely can be like that. I mean, I'm just glad that we're just getting some games in now. Hey, come on, give me an option. Ooh. I had a leg injury. Oh, okay. How did you injure your leg? None.
I'm back, guys.
All good.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I was having dinner.
Oh, he kicked a stair. Wait, what's going on? Wait, why was Bulldogs in the chat for? Oh, for a team to play. Okay, yeah, now I get it. Now I get it. Try. I don't know. Try Adelaide.
My real name is Kevin. I'm not gonna go specific into my last name, Kevin, but
Adelaide versus who? Just do the showdown. Adelaide, Port Adelaide. Or if you don't want to do two South Australian teams, do Adelaide and Brisbane. Alright, there you go. Oh, if you want to change it up, probably do Adelaide Brisbane, because it's, I don't know, it's probably two teams that you may not have played before. Because you're saying you wanted something a bit different. Oh, no. Is it just me or does it not feel like Friday? I don't know, maybe being in a lockdown probably has that feeling. Because every day has, you know, for what, we've been in lockdown for what, 3-4 months? Every day has probably felt like the same anyway. So you're probably not wrong there. But I think once we get back to a full structure of things, I think it'll start to feel normal again, I reckon. Well, I think Taverner's kicked 11. Jeez. Hey, that's number 12. That's number 12, the Taverner. And if we're lucky, we might be able to get him for 13? No?
Oh, are you?
What's your difficulty? I think it's just the normal difficulty. Alright, all good, mate.
Oh.
Is there any
Depends on
questions
something.
you want to speak about, Kev, or anything you want to bring up?
Not really.
Maybe one thing we could talk about is where do you see Dacos going in the draft? In terms of like how it could play out. Yeah, I knew Walker was a low pick. Everyone's big call for 2022. What? Degoe will finish top 10 in the Brownlow next year.
I only started playing Fortnite North because my workmates were playing.
There we go. Oh, really? So, do we, Kev, do we know what team Brody supports? Because I don't think he's mentioned it in the chat yet. Brody, if you want to tell us what team you follow too, if you're a Collingwood supporter as well, that would be appreciated as well. Oh, he does go for Collingwood. Okay, that's... Alright, well then that's probably the question I probably should be asking then. Where do you think Collingwood will finish next year?
12. Oh, the Ninja Turtles.
Uh, 11th, you reckon we'll win 9 games and lose 13?
I reckon we'll win.
That's probably sounds about right, to be honest. And in terms of expectations, that's probably not far off. But I mean, obviously, I'm always going to support the team making the 8. You know, because obviously I'm going to support the team to do as well as possible. But I don't think it's that far off of an idea of us making finals, though. And obviously, you know, we finished 17th. So it's never going to be the popular opinion to say that, but because I mean, I feel like it would surprise me, but it wouldn't shock me if we make finals.
Yeah, I think as well. I think
Oh yeah, for sure. I reckon. Yeah, we're only. Yeah, if we don't make finals next year, we're only a year or 2 off. I feel. Because also as well, the other thing too is that like we don't know what like you know. So for example, say next year, we don't know who's going to be on offer when it comes to like players and stuff that want to get traded. Like hell, like we could have a Chera, you know, equivalent that would say, hey, like I want to be traded to Collingwood. That could like basically like take us to that whole new level. So you just never know in terms of where the list would be in 2-3 years. 2-3 years. But I do feel that we are definitely not only going in a positive direction, but we're definitely going to be a lot better off than what people think. Because I find it so weird that people are expecting us to be bottom 4 for the next like 5-6 years. That's, if you look on Twitter, that's the popular opinion at the moment. But if you look at our list and you look at even in 2020 how we made finals then, you know, and we had Trelaw, Phillips, and Benson, but we've already replaced all those guys, and we've got guys that are replaced, but will be like ready to go. Like you're not gonna like you don't think someone like a Lipinski can give an input like Trelaw. You don't think Dacos can give the same input as Flip. You don't think, and this might be a bit of a stretch, but maybe like Kruger can give in the same input as say someone like a Stevenson. Like, I mean, I don't know. I reckon. Yeah, I mean, obviously the Stevenson and Krug one's a bit of a, you know, they're not exactly the same player, but I'm sure you get what I mean, talent for talent. Because as long as we get a good as long as we can get good ball delivery into our forward line, you know, Kruger should have a lot easier time to, you know, be kicking goals. And we know he's a workhorse, so he's going to work hard for it. Like, I'm really, really optimistic with Kruger, because even though people are looking at him saying, oh, this guy's not much, but I think that's just because he just hasn't had the opportunity. Read my last chat. Alright, I'll pause it so I can actually read it. I think we finished 11th in 2022, 9th in 2023, 5th in 2024, and 2025 a flag in 2026. That was roughly what I was, probably 2023, I probably wouldn't have us in 9th. I feel like we're going to be like 7th around there. But except for that, that's pretty much what I would have expected going forward. Because we can't underestimate how good of a coach Fly is. And granted, you can say, but, you know, he hasn't coached an AFL game yet. How can you say he's a good coach? But if you look at his, you know, background in terms of how he's educated himself to become a good coach, you can't tell me that he doesn't have the best backings in terms of like a resume going around. And the fact that he's been around Lee Matthews, Moldhouse, Hardwick, Clarkson, you know, all those guys were a part of premierships. So he's been a part of so many successful organisations. To tell me that he's not gonna, and yes, I don't expect it to happen straight away, but to not expect, to expect him to become a good coach. Like, I think, and he's already come in, he's already stamped his authority among the players. He's already called out guys like Bigoe and Grundy and all those type players. He's already told, you know, the 1 to 3 years that, you know, don't expect to, you know, be guaranteed a game round 1, because if you ain't tackling, you are not playing. I think it's going to be a fantastic appointment of him being coach. I mean, I think Carlton have gotten better, but that's the thing, every club gets better. Except for maybe the bottom 4 sides. I mean, ironically, we were bottom 4. I mean, there are always some teams that don't improve. But, like, it's, you know, it's only a very few amount of teams that like, do improve. So, to say that, you know, such and such team has improved so they'll do better. But you kind of have to do a little bit more to improve your, like, you know, your position on the ladder, if that makes any sense. To just say that you've improved doesn't necessarily mean anything, because in theory, like, everybody will improve just a tad bit more. It's like even with Max Gorn the other day, he was quoted of like, oh, if we play off in the 2022 grand final tomorrow, we definitely won't be ready to go because we were playing 2021 football. And I feel like that's spot on, is that because your football that you play in 2021, it may not be good enough. Or obviously, you know, you'd win games, but if you're going to be playing the grand final, you can't just, you have to find a new bag of tricks.
If you haven't watched the stream, please like the stream. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Also check out Ultimate Greatness as well. Oh, one person else taking away Fortnite, but I'm only playing with Devon, so.
Alright, fair enough.
No, it's like, it's good to make sure that they're subscribed to both our channels, because like, at least that way be easier.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, Tanner. Oh. Finals Cock for Prime Hawkins. Jesus. I mean, yeah, if we're talking like 2018 Cox against Richmond, I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know if I'm gonna cop heat for this, but I'd probably take Cox. Like, if you get him running and jumping at the ball, he is literally unstoppable. Like, he has shown that he can tear games apart, but that's... And again, I think that's also something that could be good for someone like Fly too, because he'll actually... You know, and I'm pretty sure Cox even said the other day when he signed his contract, is that Cox is already saying that Fly has been so good at educating the kids and educating the playing group. The fact that there will be that, like they'll actually, and it's not like they weren't looking at game plans prior, but like the fact that there will be more of a game plan towards Cox will be a hell of a lot better. Like the fact that Fly may have a game plan to where we actually get Cox to play in the forward line, and we tell him, hey, when you see the ball, run and jump at it. Don't just stand in a pack, because that doesn't do anybody except for the opposition. That doesn't do anyone good, or anyone any good. So prime penalty or prime five?
We are the Teal Deal. How are you, mate?
Oh, that's a tough one. Because I know, obviously, 5 has the Brownlow.
That's alright.
I don't know, that's tough. Probably 5. I'd only go 5, but only just. Especially if we're talking prime. I feel like the thing that edges 5 over Penberry for me is that he's got the aerial ability for one, which Penberry doesn't really have. But then yeah, if you need someone to hit a target, Penberry just doesn't miss. So I'd probably take, to be honest, I'd probably take 5, but just like.
Okay. Oh, thanks, mate. No, really appreciate it. Pendle's
That is true. Penberry did win a Norm Smith. I don't know, but that is tough. Like, so, Kev, who would, if you had the choice between a prime 5 or a prime Penberry, who are you taking?
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I really don't know.
Yeah, but if you look at each other's games, and obviously as well, I mean, it's obviously clear that neither of these players are bad players. So you're not like picking a dud and a star. Like, they're both absolute stars, and easily future Hall of Famers. I think because Fife has more of an aerial presence, I feel like that's what gets him the nod over anybody else. Or at least with like Pendlebury, because Pendlebury doesn't have the aerial presence. Jesus. But especially, yeah, if you're talking primes. Because, like, what do we know Pendlebury for? We know Pendlebury for just elite ball use, just time and space, ability to kick a goal when it matters. You know, someone you know that... The only thing that Pendlebury might have over Fife, and I say might, is that Pendlebury is always known to be very consistent. You don't ever see Pendlebury having a bad game. So I don't know Fife to having many bad games as well, but like, and maybe Graz can let me know. Because even if Pendlebury isn't your leading disposal getter every week, he's always like second or third, and you never walk away from a game and say, "Geez, Pendlebury had a bad game today."
So I'll play one more game.
But then, yeah, you're talking about prime, so like, who would be the better like forward out of the two, or like how does Fife go with like a set shot or like? I assume he's good on the run.
I'm gonna end my stream. Thank you for watching, guys. Please don't forget to leave a like, unless if some other friends are coming on. PlayStation, so if they are, then
Yeah.
I might join them. But
Definitely
if they're playing
Pendlebury.
Fortnite, I might join them.
But the thing is with Fife would have a better aerial presence, wouldn't he?
Oh, you say so.
Yeah, like, because you've never seen Pendlebury take a mark, or take like a specky at least. Has he ever taken a specky? Let me do a quick search on YouTube. Let's just type Pendlebury.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever, at least like a full-on like specky. I don't think he's ever. He almost took Mark of the Year in 2014. Really? Alright, I need to look it up. 2014.
Yeah.
Was it against Sydney? Because there's a highlights of him in Sydney.
The one desire when I say I want it that way. Alright guys, I might end my stream. I might either play a different game or something.
I feel like if he took a decent
Doesn't
mark,
look like they're gonna be playing. If they do, I might redo another stream. Jonathan Brown or Nick Rewalt? Well, I say Jonathan Brown. Because he's a three-time premiership player. As a player, Jonathan Brown. Yeah, look, please like the stream. Also check out Ultimate Greatness, and yeah, don't forget to subscribe and share our videos and our streams, and yeah, like it's all good. I don't know what's happening with the others tonight, if they're playing or not. Doesn't look like they are, so until next time, see you guys.
Yep. Yeah, I'm looking at these highlights from 2014 that was posted by the club, and I haven't seen a mark yet. But then in saying that though, like he's definitely a fantastic player. I mean, there's no obviously like he's a great player. Yeah, no, definitely no mark. Have you finished streaming?
I never want to hear you say
Oh, sorry, you said he almost took mark of the year in 2014.
nothing but a heart. Tell me why ain't nothing but a music. Tell me why I never want to say.
Actually, the Teal deal has been in the chats. Do you think we should probably mod him?
Tell me why ain't nothing but a music. Tell me why I never want to hear say. I want it that way, 'cause I want it that way.
Yeah, well, we'll get started with the fourth quarter then. So have you finished streaming, Kev?
Yeah, I can still hear.
Yeah. But yeah, you finished your streaming because I've still got your chat on still
Yeah,
still
good. I
online.
stopped streaming.
Alright. Now I can just get
Because
rid
I
of it.
don't know if the others. No, I don't think many are playing.
Oh, good. Oh, tapping up. Got to kick another goal. I reckon he's probably kicked another bag as well.
You're 93 subscribers, man. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
You can get to 100. Oh! I got a sub.
Yeah?
Yeah. 24 views. Mind you, it wasn't like if I was playing workmates and I could have like heaps of people watching as well. so that probably doesn't help. I had 103 views 2 hours ago, plus the 25 this morning. So, yeah, I'm doing something good. Maybe I should do a YouTube video.
Of what?
I was thinking of going through each team and see which one, each team's games is and which one I reckon they should bring back.
Well, like a team maker video.
Not like a team maker video, but you know how, okay, you have a look at the past games and you go, okay, this, I like to see this team bring back this game to sort of time.
Oh, it's like a
So for
like
example,
over the years type of history.
yeah.
Sort of. Oh, okay, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad. Because I personally wouldn't make the video myself, just because I'm not too informed with things like that. But no, like especially for yourself, because you're pretty passionate about those things. Yeah, why not?
Jeez, man, it's. Oh, by the way, I watched the Eddie McGuire and Kane Corn scene.
Yeah.
Mate, that was a fucking pisser to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I can see Eddie's face ever again, to be honest. Like, that whole situation with Beams, that's really killed my... Any appreciation I've had for Eddie, that's definitely killed it.
Do you want me
I don't know.
do you want the chat to hear, or you want me to take my mic off?
What do you mean?
So when I'm doing a YouTube video, do you want me to lift up my mic so chat can't hear it, or?
No, you're all good.
No, I just wanted to be fair on you, that's all, mate.
Yeah. Probably maybe like if you're like in your like downtime and just like sort of doing your thing, like chilling and stuff. Maybe then, but even then I don't really care too much.
Yeah, at least the chat get an insight on what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So now
As I said, it doesn't faze me either way. It's just that if you're just sort of like chilling and not like what's the word? You know, if you've like switched off in terms of like your like on button, or like, you know, your button that where you're like ready to go, you can like sort of do your own thing, and then if you like maybe need to, I don't know, talk, you can like unmute yourself, sort of thing. You can do it that way, but it really doesn't bother me.
I'll just unmute myself, and when I'm finished, I'll let you know, and that way, if there's any discussions, you can ask me.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like a video.
Yeah.
If you want to have your mic on, that's fine, but if not, like...
I'll just mute it and I'll let you know when I'm done.
Yeah. Oh, so you're going to do the Fortnite stuff now, I am?
No. I'll do the Guernseys that I think the club should bring back, and that way we can look straight into it.
Well, yeah, if you want to make that video real quick, yeah, you can do that, and have it muted so when you're making that video, because I guess people want to watch it for the first time when they're watching your video, because if the audio is going to come into here, then, you know, it doesn't give them a reason to watch the video, if that makes any sense, because they've already heard it from this video. Yeah, no, I can understand that.
Now, and we'll take it from there.
Alright, all good. Yeah, no, just pop back whenever you feel ready. But yeah, if you guys have any questions in the chat, please feel free to put them in. I'm happy to go through any topics that you guys may want to go through. But if not, we'll just continue the stream, and Just keep going, I guess.
Thank you.
Man.
Right on.
Come on, let's get it.
Holding the ball.
Oh, that's a good mark. Oh, here we go. Montavana. No, bit short to Tucker. Oh, never kick this.
Crowd in.
Oh.
Moving on.
Oh man. Is he gonna kick this? I don't think he's gonna kick it. Nah.
Try on.
Oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh, sorry, went.
On the footy. Let him up, well, well.
Oh, is that going to bounce in? Oh, geez, not even close.
Drop it in.
Come on. Oh, there we go. Oh no.
On footy.
Oh no. Oh. Alright, here we go. Surely that's in. Yes. Straight through the middle. Oh,
Hold the
oh.
ball.
Jeez.
Try it on.
One tapping our lead outs. Yes. There we go. Straight through the middle. He's kicked 3 goals too. It's pretty inaccurate from my standard.
Holding the ball.
See how it goes. Oh, this might actually go in if it's got the distance. Yes. Jeez, this is a decent goal. Jeez, he kicked that from inside the centre square and he got it there on the full.
Thank you, I'll have it.
Cool. Ivo Shakowski, jeez, I don't even know how to say his last name. Shakowski? Is that it? Shakowski. Rory Love just gets it out of the centre, just does what he pleases. Oh, get it.
Try on.
There we go. Really?
Try on.
Go Wilson. Come on. Yes. Go, go, go. Come on, Brayshaw. Kick it. Punch. Why are you kicking it out there for? Yes. Surely that's it. Come on, come back. Yes. What a goal.
Try on.
Have I kicked another one from inside the square again? Oh, you're kidding. Hey, Num. You just bet Brisbane could work, mate.
Move it on.
We'll deliver it out of bounds. I'm just gonna have to kick it long, aren't I?
Move it
Ooh.
on.
Yes, there we go. What's your difficulty, mine senior? I think that's the one under senior. Is it Rising Star? Is that what it is? Nah, I think that's something above Rising Star. There we go. Oh, it is it? Oh no. What was that going in? Oh, hitting the post. No, I don't know if this is going straight or not. Oh, yes, that actually is. Yep, that's a good goal. Alright. Come on, what you gonna do? Kick it? Of course, yeah. Thanks for everybody tuning into the chat. If you guys have any questions that you have, please feel free to put them in the comments. And yeah, if not, we'll just chill and play some AFL Evo 2. I would like to know, just for future content purposes, at least for streaming, because I'm happy to do like let's plays and stuff, but they'll have to be done in like video form. But what do you guys want to see in terms of content? Because I was thinking maybe doing some like multiplayer shooters. I was even thinking of checking on some Uncharted 4 just before actually. Happy to even put on some like Last of Us fractions. That's, you know, pretty good too. I didn't see the time. So if you guys have any ideas, you know, something that's doesn't have to be sport related, but yeah, if you guys have any ideas, hell, I'm even happy to change it up a bit and do maybe like Fall Guys if you guys want to see some Fall Guys gameplay. But yeah, just let me know what you guys want in the comments or in the chat. Ooh, there we go. There we go. Come on. There we go. Another goal coming up. Oh yes. Jeez, what a lob. Oh, there you go. At least he kicks it straight. Yeah, thanks, Bella. Yeah, so is there any people in the chat wanting to recommend games to play for the streams? Because I will be doing Let's Plays very soon. I might get some recordings done tonight if I can, actually. Yeah, I've seen it kick it this far. Oh no, this is going anywhere. Come on, Fife, get him! I feel like it's gonna curve in a bit. Oh, is that gonna come back? Oh yes, it does. Get around him. Oh, he's hit 3 behinds and that's his first goal. Get around the Fife man. Oh, also as well, if there's any, yeah, all good. If there's any Switch gameplay you guys want me to see, you want to see from me as well, make sure to let me know. Happy to get on some Mario if that's needed. Oh, actually, I could get on some Mario Kart. Actually, that sounds like a good idea. Do you have a Switch, Kev?
Pardon? Do I have a Twitch?
Switch.
No.
Okay. I was about to say we could probably put on some Mario Kart online. And, we could probably do some like races and stuff, but that's all good.
Oh, I wish I did, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's a good system.
Actually, yeah.
Would you get one in the future, you reckon?
Oh, I know. I'm not sure at the moment, but it could change. Who knows at this point?
Yeah. Geez, I can't miss with Terminal. Well, I can, but I've been kicking some pretty good goals with him. It's actually been pretty peaceful today, or in this stream. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I know.
Except for the troll that was talking about the 64 thing. It's been pretty chilled and pretty quiet. Been good.
It does get like that.
Yeah. But yeah, so I guess actually I wouldn't mind your opinion on this. What type of content would you want me to put on the channel? Because I was thinking of doing some like multiplayer shooters. But because I guess the channel is very like sports based, I don't know if that's going to be too far of a misdirection or like too far of a different direction, if that makes any sense.
Probably NBA streams if you know if it's on Fox or not.
Okay. So with the video, how did the video go?
Yeah, good. I'll say there's a premiere, yeah.
Yeah. Because I was thinking of doing some like Uncharted multiplayer, Last of Us multiplayer. I mean, I'm even open to like maybe potentially Fall Guys. I mean, if there's interest, I wouldn't mind doing it.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, I need to go to toilet, I'll be back.
Yeah, all good. You're so happy. What's going on, mate? So you're talking about Seam Reid from Sydney, or are you talking about the Seam Reid that's at the Giants? Well, that's the thing, like, with Stevenson, especially with Buckley gone, Eddie gone, all those people that are now gone, I wouldn't put it past them to bring him back in, especially if he's like later on in his career, similar to like a Chris Tarrant. But that's where I see it going. I feel like the bridge is burnt from both ways, to be honest. And yeah, it definitely wouldn't be happening for at least, I mean, how old would he be now? 22, 23? I wouldn't see it happening for at least another 6 years when he's like 28, 29. But I mean, yeah, he was definitely one of my favorite players. And yeah, and if Eddie couldn't keep his fanboyism to himself, Stevenson would be at the club. But 23 in January. Well, there you go. Yeah, no, I had really high hopes for him too, and the fact that he's going to be doing all that stuff over at North definitely sucked, that's for sure. At least to finish his career at Collingwood. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be against it. And as I said, the fact that Bucks and Eddie and all that are gone, I wouldn't say it's going to happen, obviously, but it's a lot more likely to happen if those guys are gone. At least to finish his... Oh yeah, no, you already wrote that. But no, I definitely would like that. If we had something similar to what we did with Chris Tarrant, that would be good. I could see that happening as a possibility. Would it happen? Probably not, but, you know, at the end of the day, you just don't know. You know, sometimes, you know, things can have that opportunity, like, things can align again, and we can sort of fix things with time, I guess, and, you know, with a couple of draft picks, you just never know. Maybe when he's like 29, we give North a second round pick. Oh, 1,000% he did that. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. And that was even the when the media was speaking about it. Even they were saying that nah, he left because of Malthouse, or because Malthouse was gone, basically. And you could tell because they had such a good connection for player and coach. But I think with I think the bridge is a bit burnt, to be honest, when it comes to Stevenson. But you know, time can heal all wounds, as they say. So you just never know, really.
Thank you, guys. I'll have it.
Malthouse was the father figure to the players. Buckley could not bond with the group. Yeah, like, that's... I don't think you're wrong there. He definitely... I think there was... He had a certain group that he bonded with. But it was like he had his favourites and he had his people and then he had everybody else. I feel like that was what it was in the end. Where Malthouse... I felt like maybe the players could have gotten around Malthouse a lot more because he at least embraced the individuality of every player. Where I know, obviously, I'm not going to know this for sure, but like it just seemed like Bucks was very much like you had to be a Buckley person to succeed in I guess Buckley's ways, if that makes any sense. But yeah, the fact that. But no, the fact that we have Flight to do that, and the fact that he will, that's like one of his strengths. I think that's going to be massive for the playing group. Oh yeah, no, that's, even though, because Eddie was the only person that was driving the whole like narrative that he was unwell and he needed time away and he needed a break. So you can only assume that like he was. And you could tell he was pushing Buckley in, like it's what Hawthorn did with Sam Mitchell. Kennett has come in and basically, and whether if Kennett should go or not, I mean I'm not too, obviously I don't know a hell of a lot about Hawthorn because I'm not a Hawthorn supporter, and especially this year there was very few games I watched of them in terms of them playing. But it reminded me so much of Malthouse and Buckley. It was
I'm back,
ridiculous.
guys.
All good, mate. Yeah, Tom was just saying in the chat that, you know, when it came to the changeover, that basically Eddie was like demanding that Malthouse to go, basically. And yeah, it's exactly what it was. Because the fact that he came out at the time and was saying that, you know, that Malthouse needed a break and he'd been coaching for too long. And I think that's just the thing with Eddie. When he says these things, he gets it to the point where he's not lying, but then he's not telling the truth at the same time. So it's trying to figure out what's the real story, because
Oh, by the way, you know Chandler Roden's son?
yeah, Tex. Or was it Tex?
Yeah,
No,
he's
that was Wanganeen. Yeah, I know.
Tyjo.
Yeah, I know his son's in the draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you got Wanganeen's son as well, because apparently Essendon aren't going to get him into the club. And why Woden, I'm not sure what they're doing with his kid, but... Nah, that whole scenario with Eddie and Malthouse pisses me off, to be honest.
It
Like,
does.
the amount of success that we were in the process of. Like, I don't care who you are. Like, we could have literally... Like, Bucks... It was very clear that Bucks was underdeveloped. And the fact that we basically kicked... And the fact that we kicked someone out the door that was literally one of the best coaches of all time. Just so that... Just so... just so that Eddie could just have his, like... His time in the sun and you know, have his day as a fanboy to, you know, get himself up even more. Like, it's just downright pathetic. And I don't care what nobody says. If you don't think that, you know, that was the difference between us winning 3 premierships instead of 1.
You and I both know, and even our Collingwood fans should know, that Eddie will not have the balls to get rid of Bucks if it was shit for 6 years.
Well, that was what happened. We literally had to get Maguire out of the club so we could sack him. That's literally what had to happen. But like, oh.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I don't think I'll be bothering streaming until about 11, I think.
You reckon?
Even if I do stream now, it's 11:21. Yeah, it's not really worth it. I streamed enough already today.
Yeah, it'll do, mate. Well, it's like what I told you at the start, mate. Is, you know, you got to have a balance, and if you feel one is outweighing the other in terms of that balance, you gotta adjust yourself. I think it was one of the very first things I spoke to you about YouTube.
Yeah, well, that's it. Is Bella still in the chat, or she's not in there now?
She hasn't commented in a while. And that comment was probably been there for a good 15-20 minutes. There's 3 people in the chat. Could be.
That's how, like, sometimes it's... sometimes it's been like if I don't say anything on Twitch or anything like that. Oh mate, I had a McFlurry today at Marcus. I had double cheeseburger meal. At least I might grab my lunch with me tomorrow.
I had a chicken pie at a bakery. It's fucking awesome. And it was from one of my like and it was from like one of those really good bakeries too. But now, do you have any like suggestions in terms of what I should do for future content? Like in terms of like streaming, like games
Well,
and
if you
stuff?
want to do, like you're doing the Big Bash, yeah,
Yeah.
for Melbourne Renegades. So,
Oh, what's the big God, what was the Big Bash game? Maybe I could do a stream of that.
yeah, maybe stream the other ones.
Yeah. Because, like, I don't, also, in a sense, like, I don't want to be, like, pigeonholing myself to just, like, sports games, too. Like, I want to get to the point where I can just turn on the game and not being, like, worried about, like, who's watching. Like, people will just tune in regardless.
What about just one of your favourite songs and just react to that?
Because the MCA claims.
You see all the other YouTubers do it.
Yeah, but they probably there's a way to do it. There's I know you can have like what's it called? Like YouTube sort of like channel agents and shit. So they go and fight all the like content claims and copyright strikes and things like that. But that's something where you got to have like 100,000 subs on your channel for that to happen.
She can have like 5,000 subscribers and do a reaction video as well.
What's that, sorry?
You can have 5,000 subscribers and then do a reaction to a song. Because I've seen people do Kiss from Rose, and that's one of my favourite songs I've ever loved. Oh fuck.
They
You know
could be
how
doing
I
it.
had...
I mean, they could do that, but you can't monetize that video. There's YouTube has its own content ID system where regardless if you have any like popular songs or songs that are new and current as well too, you get automatic content claims on it. You can't make money off it. So if you're really passionate about the video, what's that?
I wasn't gonna try and make money off it. I was gonna do like.
Well, yeah, but that's the because for someone like myself, and not that I'm making any money because I'm not at 1,000 subs or don't have 4,000 hours watch time over 12 months, but so I guess at the moment maybe you could be doing things like that, but it's just that when you do make those videos, you don't have an option. Like you have to basically not get paid for it, or if you do then monetize it, you either get a copyright claim and the what's it called, the studio that made the song or has the song or the license to that song, they then get the money for it, or you then get a copyright strike, and that's something you don't want. Because I think if you have a copyright strike, they take away your ability to stream. And I think and then if you have 3 copyright strikes, they actually delete your whole channel. So it can be very scary. Unfortunately, but that's just how YouTube is. But I think when it comes to that, they a lot more often than not they'll probably claim most things. They won't strike it. I think striking is only when someone, unless if you've done like something like really bad to like on like YouTube, or you know you've or you've like blatantly copied somebody else's work or something like that.
Because if I do a reaction of, okay, steal a kiss from a rose and then just go on, because obviously other people have done it so many times, like...
Yeah, but
Oh,
it's
God.
but those people wouldn't be making any money off it. So I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine. But it's best to not monetize content like that, because I can tell you now, YouTube will be coming down pretty hard. Especially because it's a song like that. It's pretty popular and it's pretty well known. And if the company that has the license to that music, like the official license to that music, YouTube makes it very YouTube basically puts you into a losing battle, and you just can't do anything about it, and you just gotta cop if it is monetized, you just gotta cop whatever the views you get. It just goes straight to the company that owns the song, which is, I don't know, it can be a very heated debate on it all between content creators, but yeah. Damn, I've already kicked this. Oh, why did I do that? But yeah, you're gonna be streaming tomorrow. Because I'll probably be unavailable. I could probably do the what's it called? I could probably do the voice chat, but I can't stream myself.
It really depends, like...
Yeah. Because, yeah, next day I know I can do it fully will be Sunday, but... But yeah, if you're streaming tomorrow, I can definitely pop in, because I'm sure... Well, actually, maybe not, because, there'll be some more options open, because things have opened up now, so I might go and, do something different tomorrow. Because, yeah, I'm sure you know what I do for work, because a lot of things have opened up. I'll be able to... There'll be more options for what I can do, so if it's... In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if I go and watch a couple of movies, to be honest. Because that's something I haven't done in like 3 months. That's a goal. And then pop. Oh, actually, that's probably maybe a good question to put in the chat. Is there any movies you guys are excited for that's coming out, or that is out, that you guys want to go see?
Well, if they had the Lion King 2, that would be awesome.
Hasn't that movie been out for ages, or is there a new one coming? Oh, you're talking about the remake, or like a sequel to of like a
Yeah.
remake. Ah, okay. Is that have they confirmed that they're making that?
I think there will be eventually, I think.
Yeah. Because I know there's a couple of Bruce Willis movies that look. I mean, they don't look great, but you know, it's a Bruce Willis movie. If you've seen one, you've seen them all. I'm trying to think what else would be out. Oh, Black Widow, I think, is still there. Haven't seen that yet. Yeah, I need to keep up to date with my Marvel stuff, especially because, you know, I don't know when that's going to be out of cinemas too.
Oh, fuck, I love this song.
But yeah, if there are any movies you guys are excited to go see, let me know in the chat. We can at least talk about that for a bit.
Guys in the chat, if I go to the gym, and if I can record it, do you guys want to see some gym content?
Some what content?
Gym content.
Oh, I thought you said something else.
What do you thought I said?
Like gin content. Like, who the hell's gin?
Yeah, nah, mate.
Yeah, no, that's my bad. Obviously, I misheard you.
Let's see if anyone else says yes. So I got, no one's...
I'll try and look up real quick if I can get a list. Oh, come on, tabs. Keep it long. Ah, that's not good.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say what I was going to say. I'll keep that private. You know what? If you ever do go to the Big Bash, you can always, you can always talk about that.
Yeah. I mean, I think what it is that I just need to what's it called? I just need to like get it out of the way, if that makes any sense. And then once I'm
Yeah.
familiar with like just doing it, it's not going to be that
Well,
much
you
of an
could
issue.
do, if you really wanted to, you could do a premiere of that.
Yeah. Oh, Free Guy. That could be a movie. Apparently that's going to be, well, that's out apparently.
If you wanted to.
Of what? Of the Of
Of
what
a
was said
matchday
before.
vlog or something. Or you could always do previews and reviews of the Renegades.
Yeah, I'll probably do that. I don't know if I'm too late for the Miami Heat stuff, but I could also do that too. Given that we're already, what, 4 games in. Oh, come on.
I'm playing New York Knicks.
Oh yeah, Shang-Chi I need to watch as well too. Space Space Jam. I heard that Space Jam movie was bad. Is that true?
What?
The Space Jam movie.
Good. It's just that you can't show the game. You're doing watch-alongs.
Oh yeah, the last duel looks okay, but that's Ridley Scott's making it too. That might be alright. Oh yeah, Suicide Squad. I definitely want to see that. Apparently they reckon all the PC movies are coming back now and they're actually starting to be good now. Yeah, Black Widow,
Oh,
Candyman I wouldn't mind watching. Don't Breathe.
I dunk. 6-0.
Yeah, there's Don't Breathe too.
Eat my fucking short, New York.
I don't even know what that means. Yeah,
And
no,
here's
it's
another
actually...
one. Oh, what?
What's up?
Every time I listen to this song, I show my mates about it, and he just shakes his head at me, like,
Yeah.
oh my god, like, you're always listening to this song. Since when are you not?
Do we know when GTA 5 is on PS5? When that's coming out?
I don't know.
Because it's supposed to come out this year. Here we go, Tech Radar. Let's see what they have.
10-0. This is a good start.
How long ago? Okay, this is a day ago, so this is pretty recent. Next gen improvements until the new version is released in March 2022, as the game has been pushed back from its original November 11th release date. We still don't know exactly what its expansions and enhancements will involve. The standalone versions of GTA for PS5 and Xbox Series X in March 2022. The standalone version will be free exclusively for PlayStation 5 players. Wait, is that just for GTA Online or is that the game itself? No, well, yeah, there you go. Well, there is the remaster of GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas. That's coming out in November. In fact, actually, are you able to hold down the fort as I need to have a quick break? You there, Kev?
Probably. Good.
Yeah, so if I head off for 2 minutes, are you alright?
Yeah.
Yeah, alright, all good. I'll just hold down the fort and I'll be back as soon as I can.
I'll get on actually the chat as well. Any more questions? Happy to answer. Alright, there we go.
Alright, I'm back.
It's alright. There's been no questions at all.
Yeah, all good. Alright, we'll just continue on. What do you want me to do? Some like, do you reckon it would be good to do some Switch gameplay as well?
Yeah, I suppose you could. Because if
Probably
you
not.
think about it, right, it's actually...
Because I was gonna leave it for like Let's Plays and stuff, but if people want to see it, I'm trying to think of what could be. I mean, there's always Mario Kart. You can do that.
Yeah, that would work.
Trying to think, is there any Nintendo games that are like good co-op?
Oh. Don't know this right.
Yeah. So, because one of the things I would even put to yourself as well, what would the chances be of you playing or you buying a Switch in the near future?
Probably zilch at the moment.
Yeah.
That's... Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. That's something you could potentially play.
Yeah.
And even if I play Evo, like you won't be able, I won't be able to record it, wouldn't I?
Don't know. Well, you wouldn't want to play Evo on it because it looks terrible on Switch. And it doesn't really run that well either. You're definitely a lot better off playing off the PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5. Oh no, I've shanked this.
Oh, got it. 16 points.
But yeah, so there's the remaster trilogy where it's GTA 3, San Andreas, and Vice City. So I'll probably get that. That's coming out in about 2 weeks, maybe just over. Wouldn't mind doing some Call of Duty. That could be something that could potentially happen. You know, something that's multiplayer focused. The only thing about Call of Duty is that I just feel like if I get the basic version, I'm gonna get like screwed over when it comes to the content. And then like people that get like the more higher versions are gonna have like better guns and stuff. And then it's also it's been so long since I've like played like a Call of Duty game, like especially last time I played one seriously too, or you know one when I was like really good. Well, not really good, but you know, like I could like hold my own.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be. I don't know if I'm just going to be wasting my time or sort of because you know, like I don't want to be playing it and like I'm like not doing any good because then there won't be good content. I don't know. I guess I'll just wait and see how it all goes and go from there, I guess. But I do know it's. Yeah, well, but I do know as well if I'm going to stream it, especially early on, it is going to get me a lot of subs too. So people want to come in and I can always just say like in the stream, okay, like it's been a while, so yeah, chaos is going to happen. So don't expect me to be good, just expect me to not be good.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
But then it's weird because I'm actually not too bad at like. Well, again, it's been a while since I played any multiplayer games, to be honest. But even oh, what's that game? Like Uncharted and Last of Us multiplayers. You know, I used to be pretty good at those. But it's been, I don't think I've touched either in a while. Maybe it's been at least a year, if not more.
I used to play PlayStation 2 back before YouTube was big.
Yeah.
That was a really good game.
What, you mean console?
Yeah, you know AFL Live 2003?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that game. Even like the AFL Live Premiership editions.
Yeah,
Like
no,
you're
they're good.
able to have so many Guernseys and like
And that
home
was because EA
away.
were making them. Did
They
you know that?
I think I knew that, yeah. We'll love to see them make them again.
You reckon Eddie had a factor on Daisy leaving? Eddie specifically, no. But the fact that he kicked Malthouse out, that was the reason why he left. So he didn't. It wasn't the fact that he was. Daisy didn't leave because of Eddie, but because Eddie shafted Malthouse, that's why Daisy left, I feel. So, yes, but not indirectly, if that makes any sense. Well, if that's the right word.
Because I do remember as well Daisy left because Eddie was, Mick was at Carlton.
Yeah. Why is it saying I've got 0 viewers, but then people are typing in the chat?
I don't know.
I mean, unless the people are coming in, commenting, and leaving, doesn't. That'd be the only explanation. Yeah, see, Tom's commented again, and the viewers haven't gone up at all. Weird. And Chalor as well. He had more to do with Trelaw because obviously, and this is kind of where I feel sorry for Bucks in a sense, where yes, he was one that pulled the trigger in Trelaw, but I think we got to remember that he was the one that was forced to pull the trigger. He wasn't, you know, Eddie was the one that set everything up. So, how do I put this? So yeah,
and it felt like we got lied to about that too, and I wish, you know, there was more
Yeah, for
honesty
sure.
of that. Because, like, yeah, no, you know, but then it's like, well, you know, at the end of the day, the club makes the best decision.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's like, you can't really control that.
Yeah, but like I think Eddie had more to do with Trelaw leaving than Daisy did. Oh, sorry, yeah, Eddie had more to do with Trelaw leaving than Eddie having to do with Daisy leaving. But I mean,
What
it was
about
still.
Stevenson, you reckon?
I mean, all of them because Eddie was the one that did the whole Beams deal. If Beams didn't get the money that he got, and Eddie didn't, you know, if Eddie could put his fanboys into the side for 2 freaking seconds, we would have kept all of them. Even Flip. We had no reason to get rid of either of them. The only one you could maybe make a debate for was Flip because Bucks was saying, well, we don't need him because we've got others at that spot. And at the moment, you can say that, okay, that
Wow.
was a good move. But I think it's just... Flip, I think, just had a bad year last year. He had some okay games, but he wasn't as good as what he's been with us, though.
Even this year, like, he hasn't been that great.
Yeah. Well, normally he's always been a good starter, but then doesn't finish that well.
Yeah.
We got rid of H to get the Grundy deal. Yeah, that's another one. Like, but I mean, like, in saying that, like, I feel like Naish I'm not too upset with. I don't know about you, but like, I knew Aish was a good player, but I don't think he was ever a great player, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Because he was one of those ones where he probably wanted a certain amount of money. He knew he wasn't going to get it at Collingwood. So he thought it would be best for him to, you know, go to Fremantle and get that. And he knew, obviously, with you are being the coach, he was obviously our backline coach, so he knew he would have got games and he knew he would have got paid well.
Oh, 100%, like, places.
But that's the thing, though. I think again that's a hit. That was more of the, you know, Beams deal as well too. In fact, that was probably the first one to happen. That was the, you know, because
It was the first one that we got rid of.
yeah. Because I know that I remember at the time there was rumors happening and people were, oh no, like it won't happen. But then it did happen, and then it's like, oh, okay, shit. But that's the thing. People thought, oh, okay, that's not too bad. Then at least we can keep everybody. and then, and then the next year it was bam, like Trelaw, Stevenson, and Flip, and it's like, okay, that's a hell of a lot worse than Aish. Like, obviously, you know, no disrespect to Aish, but I don't know about you, but yeah, that's as I said, like.
That
I
did
was,
hurt. I'll tell you
yeah.
what,
I mean,
that
losing
did
Aish did hurt. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's not even close when you're talking about Trelaw, Stevenson, and Flip. Because out of those four, I think actually who out of those four, who do you think would be the worst player out of the four? Because it definitely ain't Trelaw, Stevenson.
Problem is with Trelaw is that he does turn the ball over a fair bit.
But he gets the ball though, and then he gets like whenever the fourth quarter comes around, he's always there. Like I think there was a stat where he had the most disposals in the fourth quarter for like ages. Like if ever he had the ball in the fourth quarter, he would have games where he would get like 14 touches, like 12 to 14 touches, and that's just the fourth quarter.
Even Stevenson, like, I think that one doesn't hurt as much with Stevenson.
Oh yeah, really? You don't think?
No.
I reckon he'll be I think not only would Stevenson have hurt, but the fact that like he was that next batch of like that mid-tier aged player that we needed. So I think it was a massive loss, and just because they kicked him out due to attitude issues, which he never really had, I think that was a bit played up. Personally, that's my opinion towards
I've
it.
heard nasty rumours.
Yeah. I mean, like I've heard
that he got into a fight with Robert Harvey while in, when they were in Queensland.
Oh, okay. But is
And
that
he's been told to pull his head in.
But is that due to yeah? Because you can't really like. I mean, if you're fighting with the coaches, I guess it depends on the fighting. Like if it's if it's a disagreement in a footy context, and that's fine. But if it's, I'm assuming it's not full on brawling or anything like that. But
No, it was about his parting ways, like going out drinking opposition players, and just going out to parties as well. So I think
so when you said that they like it got like heated and stuff, what do you mean by that in terms of what you heard? Was it just like a like just a shouting match or?
I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I mean, I don't know if I think I've spoken about this too. Stevenson actually does come from the same footy club I play for currently at the moment. But I don't, it's not like I spoke to him like every day or anything like that. But
Oh, I've met
But-
Steve, and he seems like a decent bloke, but unfortunately, it's
he kind of gives me the same vibes as like Beams, if that makes any sense. Of like
yeah.
he seems really like a really top guy, but it just seems like his life decisions are similar to how Imagine plays his footy. It's like he's an awesome bloke, but like the second he makes one mistake, it's like the worst mistake you can make. If that makes any sense. Oh, it sounds so
Yeah.
weird to put it in that context, but I feel like that's. And again, maybe that's probably, probably shouldn't be talking about people in terms of like in terms of like how they act on a personal level sort of thing, but like, I don't know, like I feel like that's the type of person he is in a
I
sense.
think there was other rumors as well. Like he even outright admitted that he wasn't coping in the hubs. There was a lot of stories going out, like players want to leave. I know missing family too much. On top of that, so I do feel sorry
Yeah.
for them, but in the same way, like it's your job to go up there as well. That's how I see it as
Well, wait, what's that?
anything.
What was the thing you just said before?
I see it because because AFL players were struggling up in the hubs. We were in lockdown for so long, and it felt like their duties of going out and performing for the fans in Melbourne. Like, just remember, like, well, we couldn't go to the footy last year. This year we're able to, but it wasn't like 12 days, like 4 months in Queensland.
Yeah.
Sort of type thing. So
Yeah,
look,
but you kind of do.
That's why I don't think that Stevenson would hurt us too much. I think now that we can cover for him in a way.
Yeah, but you could say the same. Like, but I'm sure people would have said the same thing about Jordan De Goey. So that's where I kind of put, in terms of him playing. That's where I put him in terms of attitude and then playing ability. Is that yes, you're going to cop all these things that a natural footballer with a good attitude won't give you, but the payoff in terms of what you're going to get is a fantastic footballer. Because that's the thing, like, if you have talent, especially, I mean, if we're just strictly talking AFL, if you have talent, coaches will work with you to a certain extent. Obviously, there'll be times where someone will have a lot of talent and they'll just be too hard to deal with, and they can just go, mate, just go off to freaking another club and we don't want to see your face ever again. I guess maybe an example of that might have been, oh, actually, it's probably best not to name any names, but I'm sure you could probably think of some off the top of your head. But like, talent can get you through doors, or can give you a bit of luxury to where that wouldn't be given to a average player. But then at the same time, that's just the business of the AFL as a whole. Like, life just isn't fair. There are going to be people that are going to be more talented that are going to have easier or harder paths depending on which choices they make in their careers.
Yeah, 100%. And as well on top of that as well, like, we are so quick to say, oh, you know, we tend to boo, like, I know I boo Joel, like, yeah, he doesn't play with us anymore, like, you know,
I
some
didn't.
Collingwood
I went
fans,
out of my way to not boo at Trelaw because there is. It depends on the context in terms of how they leave the club. If they went for strictly money and that was like the only thing, then I don't mind it. But if the way that Trelaw left, this might be a bit of a hot take, or this might be a bit of a I don't know if you'll agree with this or not. But anyone that basically booed at Trelaw, like. I mean, it's not that serious to say that, in terms of the type of people that they are, sort of thing, if that makes any sense. But, like, if you're going to boo someone that gave the effort that Trelaw did, and then having Eddie shaft him as bad as we did, as a supporter, you should not be booing him. Like, that's just end of story. Like, you don't be treating players like that to that extent. I don't know. I don't know if you feel otherwise now about it, because I know at the time there was a bit of media and stuff. So,
I know at the time I did bruise
yeah,
about it, and I'm not a bad person whatsoever.
no, but
You know,
it's like, I think context is everything, and I think if people are booing Trelaw for leaving, then that's not what the boo is there for. If that makes any sense.
no, I think some people were booing is because, like, he wanted to go to Queensland, and the club knew that as well, and he said, you know, I want to stay at Collingwood, sort of type thing. And he said, well, because
Well,
your
it wasn't. It
partner,
wasn't that he wanted to go to Queensland. His wife got a contract to play netball.
yeah, but he wanted to go up there 3 times a week too, and the club go, okay, well, no,
Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, but that's not, you can work with a player with things like that. So I guess maybe he was demanding too much, and maybe that's where they were getting a bit cold feet on him then. So if he was then theoretically saying like, hey, like, I wanna go up and see I can't remember her name, but it doesn't necessarily matter. We don't. Oh yeah, there we go. It's probably best to not mention her name anyway. But like, but yeah, it is that thing of like, yeah, they probably looked at it and they go, geez, this is a bit too much to ask for in terms of the requirements needed. And yeah, they probably looked at it and they go, well, geez, this guy's on a bit of money. Again, the whole thing is stupid, and the fact that, like, we shafted him the way that we did. Like, we should never have treated him the way that we did. Like, even if you go, okay, but it's a good move because of his hamstrings, like, you don't, like, Trelaw, like, we obviously know how good he is, and if you don't think he's a good player, then how the hell do you get 3 goals and 27 touches in a grand final? Like, seriously, like, come on, like, yeah.
I think the Bulldogs team probably did suit him because he didn't, because of the way that he plays. Like, it's not as like that bad sort of type thing. Like, you know, you can afford to have him playing,
And you can afford to have him
on
being
the
injured
outside.
because your midfield's decent. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
that's right.
they've
I
got a
don't think
decent.
ours were at the time.
I mean, we had a good midfield with him in. It's just that when he was out, it wasn't as good as what we thought it was if he's out, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think that we had to try and get that depth in our midfield. As much as possible, and it's just, yeah, it just shows you. It really does. But
Yeah, but no, especially when it came to like the choice of booing him or not. Like I went out of my way to say like, no, like you don't treat someone like that. And then on top of it, as a fan, we then sort of like boo them. And I guess even like now, because I remember even when Daisy played his first game against Collingwood, it did have that feeling of like, oh, you're a traitor. So I don't know at the time, but I wouldn't be surprised if I was that supporter that booed Daisy. But then again, I mean, I didn't go to the footy around that time because, yeah, I was going through
May
some
would have
things.
brewed either 2018, 2019 when he did play, maybe. I can't remember. But he was getting paid $700,000, and because
Who's this?
we were giving him Dale Thomas, remember
Yeah,
the injuries he's had?
yeah.
Well, we paid him 400,000. Carlton offered him 700,000. So, and
Yeah,
we
but I
knew,
think I think the main factor was Mick. I genuinely think that, and then the fact of how Mick got shafted. Um, he knew the writing was on the wall. He knew that he probably wasn't going to be happy at Collingwood either, because I'm sure Bucks at that time. I can only imagine how much of a toxic environment it was back then too. Because could you only imagine like how the players would have felt? Like the fact that they were successful and then they're just all of a sudden not because of one person's just
Caroline Wilson did mention that the fact is some of the players believe that it cost us another flag, and
it
within
cost us at
reason
least
for
two.
that.
It
Yeah.
cost us a dynasty. Like I've again, like we've gone on a fair bit, but so did
Oh, I'm on your side, man. I'm really am. To,
yeah.
mate,
Well, that's the thing. I know.
the,
Yeah,
the,
Daisy definitely got booed, and I wouldn't. Back then, I wouldn't have been surprised. And mind you, back when that would have been what 2014. So, well, I would have been 19 maybe. So and I was. I don't like. I haven't delved. I've only recently been delving into the research of in terms of all this information. So there's not a lot. Like back then, there wasn't a lot of things that I knew as fact or as much as I would know now. Um,
yeah,
I don't think I booed Beams though. I don't think I did. Because I knew that he went to Brisbane because of his, like
no,
we know the
I didn't
story.
boo him at all. I
Yeah,
didn't boo him at
I
all.
don't think I booed Beams, but I'm pretty sure I booed Daisy. But then again, I mean that's especially the Daisy one. I didn't go to any of the games. I just watched them on TV because I was without
I
going into
did
it too
boo
much.
Adam Goods. I thought he was a flog in a way that the way that 13-year-old girl got treated as well. I didn't like that. And yeah, it could be as a racism thing as well. On
Yeah.
top of that, but between you and me, mate, like people can call me Nate, people can call me a gorilla. Um, this whole I don't know if you remember Tony Armstrong that used to play for Sydney, Adelaide, and
Yes,
us.
and I think I know where you're going with this too, because I think I've heard.
Uh,
I think I know what you're talking about.
at least you know exactly. Yeah, I didn't like the way that he labelled Quinton de Kock as well.
Well,
Like
wait, what?
that was when Quinton de Kock from South Africa um, didn't kneel and like pulled out due to personal reasons, and he basically called him a racist person, like called him racist for not doing that. And it's just like, well,
Well,
mate,
wait, who? Tony Armstrong called it Quinton de Kock
yeah,
racist.
yeah. Tony Armstrong called Quinton de Cox called him
Okay, no,
racist
I don't
because
know
he.
that. I know. Tony has he spoke about how he dealt with racism. Um, how he was at a I think it was at a training session, and the training session was like finished, and apparently they went to like a local cafe or something like that, and apparently they were looking for somebody because I don't know what they did, but they did some crime, and they were looking at people that were I can't remember if they had or they knew what the person kind of looked like or not. But either way, they singled him. They basically singled him out and basically were doing the whole check to see if he was the one that had like robbed like a store, like four store, like say like 5-10 stores down. Um, so there was I remember he talked about that. Um, and apparently in his whole experience, he said that yeah, that was just blatant, just racism. Um, Especially when he was still in his Collingwood outfit, they were asking him like where he was, and apparently someone just had committed I want to like we'll just say for story purposes, the guy ended up say stealing from a store or something like that, or like he like robbed a store. This yeah, Tony was literally in his like full on warm up gear, like Collingwood warm up gear. And yeah, the police were like signaling him out and everything, saying like, "Oh, have you done this?" Um, so that to me, like, and again, I probably need to, if I can find the footage, it probably would be best. But you'd just be surprised, like, just, and that's the thing. It's always because there's always going to be a lot of things where we just don't know. Um, but as long as we have the intent to just, I guess, in a sense, like, just make the world a better place. Oh, am I gone? Am I gone? Shit. Come on, please come back. Alright, am I back?
Yeah, I can hear.
Yep. Alright, all good. Jeez. I hate it when this
Yeah,
thing kicks out.
I gotta hate that.
Yeah. So what was so I know we were talking about
Yeah,
Tony
so with
Armstrong.
South Africa, right? They're forcing the players to take a knee on. De Kock pulled out because of personal reasons and didn't want to take it, and Tony Armstrong did not apologise at all, and he rephrased that by calling him a racist for not kneeling. And it's just like, well, like I tend to think as well, like, and because people have had their set on it as well, and it's just like, well,
But like,
I
do we
tell
know
you,
why he didn't kneel? Like, was it and what did he not kneel on? Was it the Australian national
he
anthem
pulled
or?
out, yeah, because administrators were forcing him to do it.
Okay.
So there's always politics in sport.
Mm. Oh yeah, politics will never go away. Um, it's always been a thing. It's definitely happened before, and it will happen again. Um, as long as even if you say as long as it's a good message, but even then, what is a good message? Because one person can say that's a good message, but then somebody else will say it's not. And then I guess whoever wins is the person who has the most power at the end of the day, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So the people that run the organization will have the power at the end of the day to say if it's right or wrong. Regardless if it is right or wrong, I might add too.
I'll say this as well. Like this whole Black Lives Matter thing, it shouldn't be just them. It should be like all lives matter. Now, if that
No,
was
I actually, right there, I'll stop you right there. When it comes to that, they're not saying that only Black Lives Matter. They're saying that we matter. Yeah. So when it comes to, if someone says Black Lives Matter, yes, we know all lives matter. Like that's a fact. We know that. But what they're trying to do with this is that they're trying to spread awareness of, racism basically, and getting people to be aware of racism exists and it happens, discrimination exists and it happens, and when it does come
we
up,
all
we
know
need
that.
to. Yeah, but that's the thing. That's why they do all these protests and rallies and things like that, because it's trying to get you to be aware that racism is, definitely a thing. It's still
But
around.
it
It may not
happens
be
to
going.
white people as well. The one thing I
Yeah.
will say, it happens to white people, and Asians and that sort of stuff as well, and they don't mention it.
What's that?
Okay, so Asians can be it can be racist towards Asians and that sort of stuff, right? Like you can have you can be racist towards an Asian person or Chinese person, right?
Yeah.
Which is a fact. But the one thing is they don't do it for everyone else. They only do it for like for one color skin.
Mm.
But
Everything all good?
it yeah, it
Yeah.
just it just pisses me off in a way that it's always like it's always one color skin. The media as well. That it's even worse. Like
Yeah.
they don't claim it's racism towards like white people because like
Yeah. Well, even and that's the thing. Like, there are so many things that can be interpreted as things, and then it becomes something else. Because originally, and I mean, if I am wrong, I'm happy to be wrong, and people can correct me if I am. But one of the quote unquote things of saying like, oh, we need to get woke. Getting woke wasn't what it was in terms of especially what it is now. Being woke back maybe when was it now 2021 5-6 years ago, it was actually more due to police brutality, and it was more to we need to stay woke, and just because some cop is saying that everything was okay and everything was done by their rules, that's not always the case. So it was essentially a waking up to the idea that people can be corrupt and people can corrupt.
I do agree, but the
And
problem
there was
is
that,
as
and
well.
then it went to the whole I'm sure the 2021 definition of being woke and things like that. We'll leave that for another day, but yeah, there's definitely a yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, like what you're saying is not wrong, but also what you're saying also takes away from the power that is trying to be used, if that makes any sense. So when people say, "Oh, Black Lives Matter," they're not saying that everyone else doesn't. They're just saying that you need to pay attention to us because we're not being treated right. Does that make any sense?
It does in a way, but then it doesn't.
Okay.
That's
Yeah. So that's basically the gist of it all. Because I do see a lot of people like that says, "Oh, but all lives matter," and that's the thing. That's not what the question was, or that's not what's being asked. What's being asked is that there is, a level of discrimination out there that's at an unhealthy level to where it's,
But did I mention if it's about disability, people get discriminated because they've got a disability as well?
yeah,
That
but you
doesn't
can
get.
only, you can, in a sense, you can only really fight one fight at a time. And because, the people that were in the rallies, it's people that obviously agree with the notion that, Black Lives Matter. So and that's the thing, like, there's so many things in the world that needs to be fixed. Just the discrimination part of things. I might as well just like continue with a bit of AFL in the background so people can watch that and stuff. But the whole gist of having, because I think discrimination at the end of the day is bad, period. Like, discrimination is a horrible thing, everyone can understand that, but you need to have it needs to be in its own categories, if it makes any sense. So just saying all lives matter, it takes away, but it also it kind of takes away the impact that it's supposed to have. Because, especially over in America, especially at that time when people were saying, especially over in America back in, I think it was like 2016, where people were saying, "Hey, we need to get woke because these police officers are not telling the truth, and there are innocent people dying at the hands of these
But
people."
then again,
So
like it's the same thing. Like if a black person kills a white person, it's like that's not considered racism at all. It's just like saying, oh, violence against women, but yet men get bashed too. That doesn't get spoken about. The way that
but that's the thing, though.
portray-
You can only solve one issue at a time. Like, you can't, and that's the thing. That's where the whole you need to solve each issue one at a time, because if you solve all the issues at once, it's too much to solve at the end of the day. If that makes any sense. It's like if you have a job and you have paperwork. That's like saying all lives matter. That's like saying that you're going to do 12 months of work in one day, but then have 364 days off. It's not really possible. So the way that you get a whole year's worth of work done is you basically work 5 days out of the 7 days each week, and then after 52 weeks, you've then done 12 months. If that makes any sense, it is a bit of a weird explanation, I know, but that's basically how it should be treated. And then everybody's going to have their own versions of their own sort of like way to get rid of like discrimination.
I just don't like it when they just do just Black Lives Matter. It should be because the view is now some people it's only when it suits them. It's not like they're not going to stand up for me and say, "Hey mate, you okay?" I'm sorry that they pick on you, or like my people pick on you because you're white. Like that's not acceptable. Like you're not going to see them doing it in a way that.
Yeah, but there's always going to be, there's always going to be things like that, but it's going to be from both sides. That's just the world that we live in at the moment. But as I said,
at least you know what I'm getting at as well.
Yeah, no, I completely understand where you're coming from. I'm just like what I'm trying to get at is that there are other ways to think about it to where you can have a better understanding. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
That's why, the way the jobs are run, you don't know if it's like the people that make the decisions while going for a job, for example, you don't know if it's going to be racism or discrimination away because you pick the best people in a role, but if you pick someone based on their skin color, like if a black person got a job than a white person and got the same qualities and you pick that person because the skin color is black, then that is wrong. Then that is racism itself. But
also, as well, we do have things like fair work. Obviously, because we live in Australia, I mean, there are things where it is like Fair Work Australia and things like that. So where if you are discriminated against, there are places to go. But then at the same time too, a lot of people don't also speak up because, they're afraid of the backlash. And even though people will, address it and then it's, quote unquote safe, especially when it comes to, things that, with, how do I put this? Like, just to go up to somebody and say, "Hey, are you okay?" or like, "What's going on?" A person that's going through struggles won't just like straight up just say to you, "Hey, like, I'm struggling and this is what I'm going through." No, right? It takes time. A lot of it has to do with trust, and you can't just build trust within a few minutes. It can sometimes take months, and that's for a quick turnaround, let alone anything else.
Yeah. I just think there's so many ways as well that our media in America, like if you look at the statistics at the moment, there's a lot more white people dying in prisons than it is black, and sometimes they're not gonna report the facts and the statistics properly. And even if it's meant we need to, as a society, do better, call this shit out, even if it's on both sides of it, and go, okay, well, we've stopped this one completely. Let's just, and it's like the not Boxing Day test, Australia Day, for far out's sake, let's just get over the changing the date. If you're not gonna say the date on when we should have it, then I'm sorry, and shut up until you come up with an idea for.
But that's the thing, though. People probably would. But that's the thing, though. When it comes to the Australia Day thing, if you're going to be celebrating Australia Day, you don't celebrate it when a lot of misery and chaos was caused. That's like
Because it didn't really happen on Boxing Day, as far as I know. It happened like way earlier than that.
well, I know with Australia Day, I know a lot of people do have an issue with it. And I think it's again, I don't want to go into it too much because I don't know a hell of a lot. I just know minor basics. But when it comes to, I know Australia Day, there's definitely a conversation around that if we should have Australia Day on Australia Day. But my take is that, you know, if you're gonna celebrate something, it needs to be a celebration. And if there's a group or a community where on that day it was a day specifically where it caused a lot of people to suffer and, you know, just overall was pain inducing, then that's not something you should be celebrating, if that makes any sense.
But why don't they have a day just for them? If we have that's something
No, but the whole point is that, like, you don't celebrate something that causes pain and misery. That's the complete opposite of a celebration. You celebrate something that's positive and that should be that you should be proud of.
All they do is they don't tell you what date they want. Like it's.
But that could also be, you know, a part of. I mean, have you done a lot of research in terms of what has been going on? You know, in terms of like some of the things
I know what my mates have.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
But you know, like any day can be a bad thing for people. You know what I mean?
Again, it is, and that's the thing. I don't know what it is specifically, but every time Australia Day does come around, people do speak about, you know, Australia Day being a very painful experience for some.
Invasion days they call it. But every country does that. Every country.
That's not a good reason though. That's not a good. You know, well, just to say if someone jumps off a cliff, does that make it right to jump off cliffs?
No.
Yeah.
But
so like,
I reckon because like the stuff that's happened as well, and you know that if they did come here or they went to America or something like that, wouldn't you want to make it a better place?
And that's what people are trying to do. But there are things in place where it's halting that progress. Like, again, I can't speak on, you know, a lot of, out of a lot of research and stats and things like that. But at the same time, like, even if you just go through, you know, everyday life, like, I mean, picture this, for example, if you have the ability to drive, yeah?
Yeah.
When it comes to, you know, being someone of colour, there are some people out there, because of their skin, they don't know if they're going to come home alive or not. Because they don't know if they're going to get pulled over by police, they don't know if they're going to get pulled over by somebody that's potentially, you know, racist. Especially in, like, some countries, if there are some people that are so bad to where, you know, I'm not going to obviously go into it too much, but there are people that have so much hatred for people because of their skin colour, you know, they would actually do horrible things to them because of that. Just because of that fact alone. So, I mean, the fact that we have that in society as a whole around the world is crazy, for one. The fact that you don't even know the person, but then because
religion they don't want to talk to any of us because they only talk to themselves. Not like they're racist towards other people as well.
again, there are so many. It's one of those things where just because you choose to choose one fight doesn't make the other fight any less important, if that makes any sense.
I just think that they should, realistically, I reckon it should be on all sides of the argument.
But that's the thing though, but like, to have
Because
that
if
in
you're
the...
gonna mention one side, then
Yes, I fully agree, but that's not the way it... In terms of getting to a point where we're going to live in a world where that is the case, it's a bunch of... We need to win a bunch of small battles to win the larger war, if that makes any sense. So, you know, when you have the Black Lives Matter...
Yeah, I don't agree in the way that they've handled it. I think it should have been like a lot more better.
But in terms of the process itself, you don't fix the world's problems by just doing one thing that fixes everything, if that makes any sense.
It does, but I just think that there's too many people now these days that like are so one-sided, like they don't care about the others.
Yeah, but that's unfortunately, you know, you're gonna have people like that. But then in saying that too, I mean, you can, like, that's a factor for everybody. That's not just a factor for, it's, you know, one type of community, I guess, so to speak. So just because, you know, you're not eliminating everything doesn't mean you can't eliminate something, because the way that this gets done is at small steps. The way that it'll be done is by doing small steps, and it's like I think of what it's called, but like it's like there's a thing where it's the process of eating a elephant. Do you, when you go to eat the whole elephant, do you have it all in one sitting? Well, I'll tell you the answer. No, because it's a freaking elephant. Yeah. So instead of having it all in you know, the one day, to eat an elephant in a way where it's efficient is you have it over multiple days. Yeah? Does that make sense? So that's I guess the way to look at it, where, you know, if you do go in with the mentality of, oh, well, I'm just going to eat this all today and it's all done. Unfortunately, in life and in the world that we live in at the moment, that's just not a thing. Yeah, that's why when they say, that's why the saying, oh, the Taj Mahal wasn't built in a day. It would be fantastic if it was, because, you know, it's such a...
to build it.
Yeah, like... It's, and then there's like another thing where it's like, you know, you got to lay down the foundation. So meaning, like, if you build the house, you know, where do you start? Do you start with the roof? No. Do you start with the brick walls along the side? No. You start with a foundation at the bottom of the house, and then you build your way up. And then that's when you get, you know, you stick the like, you know, the beams in and things, and then you work your way up. Like, you gotta... Yeah. You gotta basically... But then, you know, for example, especially with the house analogy is, when it comes to, say, saying, well, Black Lives Matter, so, okay, yeah, we're building that foundation. To come in and to say all lives matter, that's like another person trying to build the house, and then they just start building the house as a whole and not through the foundation first. Because how bad would it be if you build a house, the second you walk through, like you walk in the door, you fall underneath the house because the foundation wasn't built right. you know. So like it's yeah, it's and that's the thing, like the fact that discrimination is around like sucks. Like I don't think anyone can probably tell you that discrimination is something that we need in society, because it's really not. But at the same time, because we have that, we have to deal with it, and it's not going away anytime soon. It's
No, 100%.
yeah, because it's a horrible thing regardless. Like, but also as well, just to say, you know, if someone says Black Lives Matter, the answer should be yes, Black people matter, instead of saying all lives matter, because it's like if I came out and said it's like if I came out and said, oh, my life matters, but then someone says, oh no, all lives matter, like your life doesn't matter more than anybody else, but it's like that's not what's trying to be that's not what
I
what's trying.
I just wish they keep that out away from the sport. That stuff, just keep that shit away from sport. Like, there's no need to.
I agree and disagree at the same time, because I feel like I feel like players, especially as well, because that's the thing. Like when there are literally people out there in this world that leave their homes, go to work, or do whatever they need to do, and come home, and within that process, they have thoughts of, am I coming home today? And that's such a... And then not only on top of that too, that the thought process is, okay, well, why am I thinking like that? And if it's because your skin color, that's screwed up. Like, that's the fact that we live in a world where because of your skin color, you may not get home alive. I don't know about you, but that's crazy to me. You know, it's not like you like murdered someone.
That can be for anyone as well. Well, like, you just hope you get home in one piece. That's all you care about. It's long that you make earn a living and that sort of stuff. That's how I see it. And if people are gonna say, oh no, it doesn't, it's like, well, mate, trust me, you know, you can die tomorrow. I think that's how everybody lives their lives.
It's not necessarily the conversation is more the fact that people cry out for help, and the fact that people claim that they don't feel safe or they're not safe. That's more.
Well, thanks, then brother. I can claim that because I sometimes feel unsafe. Because I've been targeted so many times.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm not saying that that's a good thing at all. Like, as I said, at the end of the day, discrimination is a horrible thing. Like, I think everyone can admit that that's a horrible thing. But to get rid of it in a way where we don't have it anymore, it's...
You're never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen.
In terms of our lifetime, probably not. In terms of our lifetime, probably. But that doesn't mean we can, at least for us, even if we make small steps to make the world a better place, at least that's better than at least that's a better world than what we left. Like, you know, yesterday, last week, last month, last year, last decade, last century. At least if we're doing that, at least we're leaving the world a better place. And if it's slightly better, I mean, improvement, but at least it's something. You know? Like...
I agree to a point, but then I disagree, because, like, you know, like that.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like just to make it clear, like, this is why it's good to have these conversations, so we get these out and about, and the fact that there's no, you know, some people then have thoughts, and it's like my way or the highway when it comes to someone's thoughts. you know, it's good that we can have an open discussion about it, and the fact that we can, you know, because, you know, this conversation's not gonna, you know, change too much in a sense, but like the fact that, the fact that, yeah, but the fact that we are having the conversation is already a step in the right, direction, if that makes any sense.
100%. And
That's the thing. Everyone's gonna agree, disagree, and that's just life. Like, life will always have that, but it's, again, it's a sense of
I
yeah.
just wish that the media didn't make it that bad, and I just wish
Yeah,
they
but I mean,
report
we
it
know
on
what the
both
media
sides.
does. I mean, just take a
Yeah,
look
I
at what
know.
at least the AFL media. Not saying AFL media is the media or like is the media overall, but I mean, just look at how the media have treated us over the last 12 months. Yeah, so like, and that's just
Pretty
like,
poorly.
and that's only just AFL stuff. Like, we're not talking about the world media or the media as a whole around the world. Like, we're just talking about like footy media, where yes, things are important when it comes to footy, because, you know, it's people's hobbies. People put so much money and time and dedication into these things, but it's not, you know. But then when it comes to things that are like super important, it's not even close. So that's why, you know, whenever sport is involved, if you're at a sporting club and let's just say a family member is sick or, you know, is not well, what do you choose? Either sport or, you know, the sick family member. You choose the
Probably
sick
sick
family.
family member.
You choose the sick
Yeah.
family member every time, no hesitation, because at the end of the day, that is more important. You still need to
If
have
they had
something.
cancer, yeah, I
Yeah,
definitely would. But if they were just normal sick, yeah,
yeah.
you just you keep playing. And I was one of those ones playing basketball. It's just um, I like to play when I was sore because my way of thinking, I don't know if it's a bad way or not. I'll let you probably answer that. Is that, you know, I was brought up, well, you got to suck it up sometimes. And you might be sore, but just keep going, keep pushing the boundary.
I mean, yeah, no, like, it really depends on the situation. Like, yes, you need. It really depends on what it is. Like, but like, I mean, if you know you can get through it, then yeah, you push through. But if you're like in need of medical attention, then like, no, then you should be stopping. It's like whenever an AFL player gets injured and it's clear that he's hurt, like, you know, you take him off. But if you can get him to the point where yes, he feels a little bit of pain, but he can like kind of get through it, then and again, every situation will be different. Like, that's just normal. Um, but yeah, it's sort of a, yeah, it's like I agree, but in a sense of like, with given the context, if that makes any sense. If you're gonna just like play regardless if you're injured or not, and regardless on how bad, say, a certain injury is, then that's a bad thing, because you need to like know when your limits are. You need to know when to stop. You know, there are things where I played sports, and maybe looking back on it, would I have thought different of it? Yeah, probably. But you know, that's all done. I mean, I've played through a cricket tournament where I've torn my whole shoulder. First game I played a whole tournament for the whole day basically, and we played about 6 games. Ended up making it to the grand final and everything. And basically when it got to, yeah, when I was batting in the first game, I basically tore my whole shoulder, and I didn't know till literally the next day, where I couldn't throw a tennis ball to, you know, my dog at the time. Well, I mean, she's still here now, but yeah, I didn't know. Like once I threw that tennis ball around, like I could barely move my whole entire arm. And then basically I went to because I was fortunate enough to have a what's like a physio. That's right. So I had like a physio that I was seeing anyway, and yeah, that's basically how I found out because the physio, found out like, hey, like you need to go like hospital, like you need to stop this appointment now, and you need to go to hospital because this shoulder is torn. And then I had to basically sit on the sidelines and let it heal and stuff. But I mean, in a sense, like, well, I mean, I guess it's like kind of, but then you can have things like maybe like, for example, at least from a Collingwood point of view, you can have someone like Tyson Goldsack.
Yeah.
When he played, I want to say it was against West Coast, and he had that
Yeah.
shoulder injury. He was like he had it pretty bad with that shoulder injury. But in terms of it being like his job and stuff, and the fact that he needed the win, it was, and mind you, it was a necessary evil, but it was a necessary evil that needed to happen, if that makes any sense. Because, it was his job at the end of the day. He's not gonna have any, like, permanent damages. It's not like his arm was going to get amputated or cut off or anything. It's things like that where that's just a part of footy that you continue on with. And that's the thing, like, even in that game, I don't know if you remember that game at all or not, but yeah,
That
it's
was
definitely
against
something.
Fremantle it was, wasn't it?
Or was it Fremantle, was it?
Struggled. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like round. I
27.
think it was the last game of the year or something.
It was against Fremantle 2017 where he was so injured he couldn't move.
Okay, maybe. Okay. For some reason, Perth is sticking in my head, so maybe you might be right.
It was Perth. It did happen in Perth.
Okay, yeah. There we go. But yeah, so there's things like that where that's, you can consider that like a necessary evil for sure. Hey, Num. Yeah, you can consider that a necessary evil, but in an ideal world you wouldn't do it, but sometimes you do need to push just so you get that little bit further, but oh, black screen again. Oh no, I'm back now. Oh, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I've just got to. I can. Jeez, I need to replace this thing. Why
Well, at
did you
least
get
I'm
beam
open
spray?
that you can do that.
Why did? Yeah. Because Eddie wanted him back. That's the quick answer. And he was going to fill in a spot that we needed. But in what we got him in for and the things that did and didn't go our way, it wasn't worth the risk. What round is this? I can go to the ladder, that'll tell me. Round 13. Yeah, but I mean, even when I've played like sports and stuff, I've been injured plenty of times.
I hit my head on the barbell at the gym once doing a chest press. I went to watch Collingwood train the next day.
What, and you had like a big lump on your head?
No, I hit my head on the barbell after finishing doing the chest press. So I called my dad and told him what happened.
Yeah.
And then I only watched Collingwood train. My mum rang me up. Oh, you didn't tell me about that. I said, no, I'm surprised Dad didn't tell you.
Yeah.
And so, why didn't you tell me? I said, well, because I would have argued with you. I said, oh, look, I'm fine. That's the type of person I am. Like, you know, I'm tough in a way that it doesn't bother me that much.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna, because I've got a black screen again, I'm gonna just go through the process. Redoing the capture card again. I'll be back soon. Alright, I should be back. Yeah, there we go. Got screen going now. You there?
Yeah. Are you gonna replace it? Where did you get it from? Amazon or?
Yeah, I think I originally bought it from Amazon. But it's been a capture card I've had for at least a year now, if not more than that. I might just get an internal capture card, because at least I know the cooling system inside my PC will be decent enough to cool it anyway. Because it just overheats. That's what happens to it. And then when it overheats, I think it just doesn't work after that. So it'll be like, say, like stone cold when it starts. But then the more it plays, the hotter it gets, and the hotter it gets, the more chances it has of breaking down. So,
Fair enough.
yeah.
If
Oh,
you know,
no.
want to know where Bella
Black
is?
screen again.
She was on a live stream before.
What's up? What was that, sorry?
If you want to know where Bella was, she was on a live stream before.
Oh, okay.
Nah, because that's why I had to hide it, so she couldn't bloody find out who I subscribed to, so she couldn't look up that account.
Alright.
Let's see what we can do now. Yes. 35. Which does remind me too, now that stores are now open, I can actually look up if they got a no, damn it. Let's go and look up if they got a Philadelphia one, a similar something. See how much it is. Or if they got Newcastle United, get that. But not everything else bloody Collingwood related.
Oh, also as well, when the footy gets back and we're all going to the footy again, I'd imagine we're all catching up.
Oh, if I see it at the footy, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
and even if we go to like the VFL and then go to
Oh,
the
I'll
AFL
definitely go into the VFL as well. I reckon that's where I'll probably see everybody. Because, I could have swore, like, even like prior to watching his like videos, I could have swore I saw Swoop Luke at the VFL game at some point. I don't know if it's just...
Do you just go to the Holden Centre or do you go to Big Park?
I didn't go to Big Park that much because, I wasn't too sure when it comes to the traffic at Big Park, and then if, and then I guess like just the process in terms of what to do if it's like a back-to-back game. But I think I'm a bit more confident to do Big Park now, because what I would normally do is if it's at the Holden Centre, I'd pay the $10 at the MCG parking,
Yeah.
and then I'll just walk over, because by the time you park at the MCG, if you get there bang on at the start, like, you'll make it there for the VFL. And yet, I think it's not like straight away, if say, for example, the gates would say, the car park would open, say, at like 10, and then you get over to like the VFL at like 10:30, or say like 10:20, and then the VFL will be on at like 10:30, 10:40. So it wouldn't be like you'd have heaps of time, but yeah, but it'll definitely get you there, and you'd be able to watch the whole game and no issues.
The only thing is, too, man, you might have to show the vaccination certificate too.
Yeah, I need to still set my shit up, actually, because I am double vax, but apparently you got to go through like an app and get the documentation and shit. So I haven't done that yet.
Yeah,
I
you
need
gotta
to get that
have
done.
to. Yeah, I've done that before.
So they confirm that that's something that's actually happening?
They're doing it with the cinemas and restaurants, if you see any.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What happens if you're not double vaxxed, or if you're single vaxxed?
I don't know. I think it's just fully vaccinated, I think.
Alright, I might need to call up the cinemas and... What's that?
Like, some people that are single vax.
Yeah, one of the people I'll be seeing
I don't know
tomorrow
how
is
that stuff would work. They did say fully vaccinated, so I assume that. Yeah.
Well, I know he's definitely booked in for a second. I just don't know if he's had it yet. Because if he hasn't had it yet, he'd only be about a week or two away from getting his second one, and that's like at most. But he's definitely had his first one. I know that.
Yeah, I've had both of mine. Because even at the gyms, I have to show every time I go down there that I'm fully vaccinated.
Every time though?
Yep.
Surely you do it like half a dozen times and someone will just look at you going, yeah, I've seen you before. There you go. It'd be a pretty annoying process, and if you definitely know the person's double vaxxed, it seems like a waste of time, to be honest. Or you could be doing more, you could be more effective in like less time.
I might ask next time I'm down there.
Yeah. I mean, if you have to do like the scan in thing, I can understand that.
No, you still got to check in.
Yeah. So if you have to do the checking in and stuff, I can understand that, because at least like they need to know what you're doing and stuff. But
not many people been doing that too.
yeah.
I've noticed that like at shopping centres, like they don't always check in. On buses now that they've got them, people still haven't been doing them.
Yeah.
It's so annoying because like, what happens if there's an outbreak and they need to know who's on there?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know, I guess you just have to look at it as long as you're doing the right thing, that's all we can ask for at this point, because, it's pretty hard to,
I don't want any more lockdowns.
oh, I don't either, but I mean, touch wood, but I would hope that, you know, we're pretty much out of lockdown. I mean, I can see lockdowns from a, you know, from a local area point of view. So, like, what the local council areas. Because I think that was what was, what's it called? That was what not advertised, what's the word? That was basically what was said. But I guess we'll just have to see how we go.
Well, I know that the other people wanted to make sure that they get rid of the whole Daniel Andrews plan as well, of calling a pandemic or lockdowns when there's no cases at all. Whenever he wanted to without the health officer's advice. I think that's just wrong itself. To be honest. Ooh.
Yeah, do you reckon I should change up next stream if I do some like streaming for like on Sunday? Like change up the games, do something I haven't done before?
Probably.
Is if I might see if I can try out a bit of maybe using my Uncharted for multiplayer tonight. See if I'm like any good at it, and if I have a couple good games, I might maybe do that. Or same with Last of Us. Only thing, especially with The Last of Us, I wonder how people would react to it, because that game can be like pretty intense at times. I wonder how people are going to react to it, or if guys or people that are more like kids in the stream, if they're gonna tune out or things like that.
Yeah, if you are going to stream tomorrow, mate, don't mind joining me if I need to. Well, depends on what time I'm going to be home too.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Depends
you know,
what time I go out.
Or not. Jeez, I'm tired. But yeah, you know, you're always welcome in my streams.
Yeah, no, man, and you're always welcome in mine as well. I still love you no matter what.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting how we had different opinions there. But no, like as long as we're like happy to have the conversation about those things, like, you know, I'm always happy to give out. Because at the end of the day, we all have opinions and we all have a certain way of life in terms of how we think things can eventually go, if that makes any sense. But
yeah,
as long as we can just agree to the fact that, you know, we are our own people and things like that.
Hey,
I don't know. I feel like that's a very beautiful thing.
Did you get an email from United?
United what?
Petrol about Collingwood?
I don't think so. Why?
Because I sent
Was
out an
it
email instead of giving it, those petrol cards they normally give us as members. Yeah, well then
no, but I need to get
now,
onto that stuff.
it's now digital, so I don't know how to work that out.
Oh, okay. Oh, shame.
But also the golden ticket as well, because my membership's already been paid for this season, well for next season.
Yep.
So I don't know if I'll get that or not. It's already been done. But then I'd like to know, because it's 5 years next season too. Next year for
Oh,
me.
is it?
Yeah. So I don't know what's gonna happen with that.
Yeah, I think it would be 4 years. Yeah, I think this year will be 4.
Because I did 18, 19, 20, 21. Because the third year,
Yeah.
didn't get to go to the footy at all.
Yeah. I mean, I started going consistently back in 2017, but I just never had a membership. Well, actually, no, it might have been 2019, so it might be 3 years. Because, yeah, because of
Because it
obviously like
gives you...
my working, because of my work and stuff, I had to sign up with a membership with that, so it like guaranteed me a ticket every week. And that the dude I
I'm
looked
getting
after,
award stuff as well.
yeah,
Because I'm a Legends Ultimate. Because I've got concession as well. Which I'm glad that they do that.
yeah, I used to have a Legends membership. It was pretty good.
Guarantees you a grand final ticket and finals ticket if we make it.
Yep. Do you have selected seating or whatever
I'm
it's
in my
called?
usual seats.
Yeah.
So it's not too bad, I suppose.
Holding the ball.
But yeah, like it's... I think with... Because it gives us... When we go to the Holden Centre and Big Park, it's free. Like even for away, like away teams. But
Yeah.
I've noticed like every time like we go to, for example, Casey Fields, if you're a member, it's $5 to get in. Unless if you did what I did,
Yeah.
snuck in
Oh,
that
actually, no, I
one year.
wouldn't be able to. Damn. I was just thinking like it'd be a awesome. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be doing like. But I was just thinking like, wouldn't it be cool if I did? Because obviously, you know how you've spoken how you want to do like match day vlogs and things like that. I was kind of thinking like, wouldn't it be cool to do like match day vlogs but for my sports that I play?
Yeah.
But then, yeah, I can't really do that for certain reasons.
Because you gotta have permission to do that, don't you?
If it's in the public, then no, you don't have to. But And there are ways you can. I could technically do it if I really want to, but I just don't think it'd be worth the risk, or the reward wouldn't be high enough to do it. And I'd rather probably, when it comes to those things, I'd rather keep that stuff private anyway, to be honest. Because I feel like if you if you show the world like every part of your life, it feels like you won't get like any privacy, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that is actually a real thing as well.
Yeah.
And as I said to you privately as well, like, it's so difficult for me to do YouTube videos at home all the time without concern.
Oh, actually, speaking of game day and stuff, I've got to get you to one of my games, whether it's footy or basketball at some point. I'll make sure to organise that at some point if you want to go do that.
Holding the ball.
I'd like to know what's happening with bloody when the AFLW actually starts, because now I'm getting the hang of the matchday vlog, so it's like, oh, okay, well, I can do this now. It's like,
We could even do it at my games if you want. Because I know was it Caden? No, it was oh, it might have been Caden too, but there was somebody that made a video where they went and saw somebody
Tatum
play
McDonald?
like, yeah, they went and saw somebody play local footy, and they like vlogged the whole
I
like
think
trip
it
and
was
everything.
his mate.
Yeah, there was somebody that was playing like local footy or something. It was either him or Druzy. Can't remember which one it was.
Ooh, 73 points. I might go to bed after this game, I think.
I was literally just thinking that. I was just thinking that, yeah, this might be the last game. I thought that was going to be a goal for a second there. Get there. Get him.
Don't know if it'll be streaming today too. What, over 5 hours of streaming?
Yeah, 4.5 for me at the moment. Yeah, that's game.
Oh, by the way, too, giving you the heads up, the premiere is out tomorrow at 12. Go and check it out.
Premiere. Oh yeah, your video, yeah.
Yo.
No, when you said premiere, I'm like, what's it? Is there AFL on tomorrow? I'm like, no, does make me. That's why that's why there was a delayed in reaction there. Jeez, I'm so tired right now. Oh, here we go. All right, I reckon we're gonna leave the stream here. I don't know if you can see the stream, Kev, but yeah, we're definitely playing someone that I think would make good content, and it's probably better to start the stream with this than not.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Yeah. If you start it now, you probably won't get many people watching.
Yeah, no, this is the teaser for the next stream, if I ever do it. I don't know. It's gonna feel so weird though. I can just already feel it. It's gonna be really weird.
Well, you've got 11 likes.
I know. I don't know how I've done it, but I've done it though.
Did you have new people come in today?
Yeah, I think it peaked. Oh yeah, there you go. Peaked at 6. So pretty good. And then I think on average it's probably about 3 or 4. So it's not been too bad. And yeah, 98 playbacks. I'm assuming that's at least what 75, 80 views.
Yeah, at least.
Right. Well, I guess I'll end the video off there. Oh, sorry, the stream off there. Make sure to comment any future games that you want me to stream or do let's plays of, or just content in general.
What
But
about the NBA ones? If you got it.
my career.
Yeah.
Oh, why did I not think of that?
Hey, I did it with mine.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, why did I not think of that? Yeah, that would have been great content to do. All right, I might do that in the near future, at least for streams and stuff. But yeah, no, thanks for everybody for tuning into the stream. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all the support that's been shown over the last. How long have I been doing this now? 3 months.
At least.
Yeah. No, it's been awesome. Hopefully we can continue this awesome journey, and hopefully you can get somewhere. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, might as well give Kev a bit of a shout out too. Make sure to go sub to his channel if you guys are watching at this point. Obviously, he makes some great content, but yeah, I guess. Kev, do you have any final words or anything you want to add to the final part of the stream?
Well, I do have a premiere out tomorrow afternoon at 12. It's the AFL Guernsey, I think the team should bring back. The reason why I did that is because there hasn't been Heritage around for at least, 2007 was the last one. So I think as well, like, not gonna lie, like the prison bar. Well, I'll let you guys sort out the issues like on top of it, but I think now that I've looked at it and I've gone through each of the teams, like I like to see some of the old ones that they've had bring back, because I feel like the prison bar Guernsey gets represented a lot. I don't think that the other Guernseys that Port Adelaide do have do get spoken about a fair bit.
Yeah.
And that's just personal opinion. So check that out tomorrow afternoon at 12. Review will be out for Philadelphia's win. Certainly that's part of my the plan on doing, but other than that, yeah, it's been a really good stream. Also check out Ultimate Greatness as well. It's good to have him doing this sort of stuff for everyone, and keep up the great work, mate. And a lot of your streams are really good, so it's always appreciated. Knowing that you have from now, probably haven't had too many fake accounts tonight, which is good. But other than that, yeah, like it's been really good, and the way if you keep going, you can certainly grow your channel massively big as well.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, except for that one person that came in and talked about the 64 thing. I literally don't think there was anybody else that came in and trolled. So, yeah, that's a good change of pace in a good direction. So, yeah, except for that, there was nobody else that came in and trolled. So, yeah, it's been good. Pretty chilled and laid back as we always, we always try to be. So, yeah. But yeah, no. So I think we'll end the stream off here. But yeah, make sure if you have any ideas or any interest in terms of certain games you want me to stream or make videos of, let me know in either the comments below or just tune into a live stream at some point and mention it in the chat. But yeah, I guess with all that said, I guess we have now reached to the end of the stream. So if you like the stream, please like the stream. If you want more of my content, please subscribe, and I'll catch all of you guys in another video. And yeah, see you guys.